Chris 825 2.0 said hola. Chris 825 2.0 said soy nuevo.
Hello? Hello. Why do I get everyone who speaks Spanish to come to my stream? I don't know why. Now the upper half of the body looks too wide and heavy. We need to make the lower half more bigger. We'll fix that in a second, but let me just get the overall idea of what I'm trying to do here. For those who don't know what's going on, I'm doing a study. It's about skin, again. Something that just keeps eluding me. But I'm going to apply what I learned.
Chris 825 2.0 said hello.
From Sam Does Art. And apply what he taught me. Let's see if it pays off.
Chris 825 2.0 said hey, I'm new.
Hello. Hello, Chrissy. What's going on? I mean, Chrissy. Chris. I'm sorry, I said Chrissy. My bad. Like that. I gotta make this button. Okay. Fix the arm. That's here. What's up, Chris? What's going on? What brings you to the stream? Okay, like that. Oh wait, it's gonna repeat. No, I don't want that happening. Just remember, it's not supposed to do. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
There you go. Oh, baby, don't mess around because I know it's be slow. Oh, for sure. What does she really wanna? But can't stop to see me walk out the door. Upper half needs to be slower. Don't try to find the feeling, cause I'm all alone. It's killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad to sticking two together, cause we don't know how. Thank God. You think you got it, oh, you think you got it, but godliness don't get it when there's nothing at all. We together, oh, we here together, standing when there's nothing to fall. And we see that nothing is forever. All the exception. Why are we so into now when we know we're not happy here? Alright. Fix this. Fix this now. Okay. Okay, where is it? Okay.
I've been selling my soul, working hard all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away.
Hello. Did you learn how to draw to just draw pretty girls or something? No, if you took the 2 seconds and scribe over, you'll know what I do.
Jolly Ancha says hello, Teach.
Hello. Hello, Ari.
Rich man knows the rich man, Lord knows it all. Just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do. And I don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich man, 'cause the rich man. I wish politicians look out for minors, not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I love you do that bullshit, and I don't know why. Because most of the time, most creators tell who they are. You just have to swipe one over, but no one does that, so. And then it says in the title, study. I'm doing a study. Study, study, study. I don't know. I don't get it. There's like a weird dissonance problem with us Americans. We are reactionary. We don't think. So.
Nassim Lajimi said hello. MS dot mischief.
300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of butt round. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame
Mischief said no one
what
said
the
it was
world's gotten
Don't
to.
look at that red mildly funny
People
face
like
emoji.
me, people like you.
If I'm not talking directly to you, bro, it's not to you. I'm on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Truffle, and Kick. Someone made a comment on TikTok I'm responding to. If I'm not referring to you, then don't talk.
Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is.
It's alright. I did that many times.
Nassim Lajimi said you were well people.
Brighter Close says good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, bro.
Rich man knows the rich man, Lord knows
MS
it
dot
all.
mischief
I bet
said
the
down.
TV queen says, hey. Control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and then I don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich man, don't the rich man. Thank you, Fave Artist, for sending one X hard me.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses,
said it just
baby.
looks weird from this perspective.
Thank
because
you,
everyone
Fave
knows
Artist,
these
baby.
streams.
Sending for my rose. Working all day.
I say it all the time. I say it in stream all day. I say I'm on stream, I'm on Kick, I'm on all of them. I say it every single day at the end, beginning, and middle. People ask me all the time, are you on just Twitch? Are you on TikTok? I always say, no, I'm on every platform. That proves how much people don't pay attention when I explain. I do it every
MS.
single day.
Mischief asks, you say it all the time, you realize you can get new viewers, right?
Oh my god, dude! Either you're. Oh my god. The Americans suck. I swear to God.
When somebody loves me, everything was beautiful. Every hour we spent together.
That's all day, yeah, all day.
Within
Every
my
day.
heart.
Bye.
And when she was sad, I was there
MS.
to
Mischief said PPL
dry
popping at
her.
random times, dude.
And when she
MS. Mischief
was
said it's not that no
having
one
so
pays attention, it's
sad
just that
walk
people
grab
can tune in
says,
at
are you
different
going to quite a
times.
What are you talking about? Why are you speaking for everyone? I don't know what the fuck are you saying. I only respond to people who ask me a question. It's kind of like every YouTuber does it.
Mischief said no one is gonna scroll all the way back in the beginning. PPL just finished.
That's why I said beginning, middle, end. Every day. Every single day. Every person's every different. I get it constantly. Do you not see the screen? Like, for instance, my tablet software and Amazon link. You know, people ask me that every single day. What the fuck? Who the fuck is going to scroll through a live stream to hear that? The fuck? I don't know what you're defending because I already answered the person's question. The fuck? Oh. That just proves how much people don't listen. Forgotten.
Sad Walk Rab says, have you heard the song Samurai of Dance?
No, I have not.
Just like she used to. Like she loved me when she loved me. When somebody loved me, everything
MS. Mischief said the beginning, middle, and end. MS. Mischief said someone got anger issues, man. You could have just been normal instead
Bro,
of being
out.
these
Fuck
Americans
out of
who
here.
do all
I'm
that
tired of
shit.
you. No.
All I was just
Bullshit.
trying to
No,
point
I don't
out is
care.
you're not
No, I
realizing
don't
what
care.
you're right.
I don't care. I don't know why you arguing for. What the fuck are you arguing for? I don't know what are you arguing for. Everyone knows this. Like, Jesus Christ. It's like it's a expected thing from nearly every YouTuber, streamer say. If you want to know my social media, link in bio, all that stuff. I don't understand this. I don't know what you're arguing for. The other person already said, oh, I'm sorry, moved on. Someone trying to argue with somebody else who's not on the same platform. I don't know why. Like, the other person said, oh, I'm sorry, and moved on. This one's trying to argue for some stupid reason, and I don't know why. I have no idea. It makes no fucking sense.
Jolly Ancha says, sometimes I think they're too lazy to look sheesh.
That's why I put on the screen. People really don't want to move from where they are. That's kind of like expected now. Hello. I don't know what this dude is arguing for. The other person's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, and moved on. This one trying to argue for the sake of arguing. That's the problem with us Americans. We like to argue for the sake of arguing sometimes. And that shit usually gets us in more trouble than it is. And I even said, if I'm not directly talking to you, why are you arguing? I'm not gonna speak for no stranger I don't know. The fuck? Especially if you don't know the full context. What the fuck are you doing?
He asks, what do you guys think about my actions?
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, think closely. Like, if I said, like, someone made a statement about, do you just, I know they were trying to meme a little bit, and I get it, but they were saying, do you just draw pretty girls, and that's all you do? I said, if you take the 2 seconds to, like, swipe right over, you'll see what I do. It even says in the bio what I do.
Luigi Mangione asks, do you seriously not know who I am?
No, I don't care to know who you are. If that's about that prisoner or whoever that dude who killed that person, I don't care. Dude, you really named yourself after that shit? Are you serious? Wow. Oh my god. You see what I'm talking about? What the fuck? Oh my god. Did you really name yourself after that stupid shit?
Luigi Mangione said that's my name.
Right. I'm pretty sure that's just that's your name, and then you also connect yourself to some.
Luigi Mangione said, "Read it."
No, I'm not reading shit. Either you, I'm not gonna do this. Either talk about what we're talking about on the stream, or just leave, because I'm not doing this today. I am not doing this today. I am not doing this today. It was weird because the other person was like saying something about, oh, do you just draw pretty girls or that's all you do, right? I was like, oh, I get what you're trying to do. But I'm like, you know what? If you take 2 seconds to swipe right over, you can see what I do. And then they're like, I guess they actually listened to what I said. They wanted to say, oh. And then they said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I was like, no, it's fine. Then the other person started bitching and moaning about something. I don't know.
Not dealing with Terrence today at
my defense and you won't regret it.
Okay, I'm rich. Help my fun. Get the fuck out of here. No, we're not doing this today. I'm not doing this today. Oh, that's weird. It's not popping up. Okay.
Luigi Mangione said, oh well.
Like, it was the weirdest thing. Like, dude, if I'm not talking directly to you, because the other person said, sorry, moved on. And I said, it's alright, it's fine, I moved on. And the other person started bitching on YouTube. The other one's on TikTok. The one who made the statement was on TikTok. And I said whatever I said to them. And then they said, oh, I'm sorry, it's alright. And I was like, it's cool. And then the other one started bitching for the other one. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? You don't even know that person. You don't even know the full context of what I just said. And then they said, why are you with that rant? I'm like, bro, I'm not talking directly to you. If I'm not talking directly to you, why are you saying anything? The fuck is wrong with you? That's the problem with us Americans. We will jump into an argument for the sake of some weird reason. It's weird as shit. That's the weirdest shit. You will never see me argue with someone who I don't know. I don't know the context. Just, it's not you. And then the motherfucker was like going in. Is like, bro, what are you arguing for? The other person either stopped or left. You are still here arguing. Are you stupid? Like, it just makes no sense. Like, what the fuck? It's the weirdest shit I ever seen. Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. That shit is so stupid. It's not even funny. Okay, now the point of this sketch here is that we're going to do a skin one because I'm still trying to understand skin. I think a little bit more the help from what's his name? Sam Does Arts has been pretty helpful. I think pretty much. So I'm gonna apply what I did the other day onto this. I just want the drawing to look pretty good, and then we can worry about the color theory parts about it in a second. I just want to make everything look at least decent to a degree. Shit, if you want to argue so much, go to fucking Hassan. Go to Hassan! Motherfucker likes to argue for virtually nothing. Fucking... shit. That's literally his whole job, to argue about absolutely nothing. Eat the rich by living in a $20 million mansion. The fuck? Make that make sense. That shit wild. I don't know, bro. Okay, so we put the leg here. I think I'm supposed to... wait, let me make this bigger so I can... okay, good. Oh my god, that's so much better. Thank god. Okay, so it curves like this. Like this, right? Grab this part, make it bigger. There you go. Not that far off, but it could be better. So we need to make sure to apply... okay, the leg goes here, and then it connects to here. But I need to make it better. Making the breast, I'm gonna curve it like this, right? And then we gotta shave this off a little bit because it's not supposed to be like too visible. There we go. That's a little better. A little bit more like about here. There we go. The neck. Let me get the neck. And the head actually, and the arm. First, let's get rid of this part of the arm. Okay. Oh, shit, I destroyed the neck. No. Okay. You gotta become a student sleepy. Sleepy or sleepy? Yeah, sleepy. Become a student, link in bio.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, link in bio. Link in bio. But I'm not on it too much, so don't... I would post my work, but that's pretty much it. I don't make crazy like hot takes on Twitter. I wonder if people actually are making headway on Blue Sky, because I feel like that place is horrible. I have this weird feeling that place is much horrible than Twitter, for some odd reason. I just have this feeling.
Writer Close says it Boogaskin, yeah, but he barely uses it.
Yeah. I just go over there to post some, I guess, content dump over there. That makes sense. Okay. Now here, we're gonna make this.
Noob400 said hello.
Hello. How are you? Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're going to clean her up. Clean her up. Okay. I'm gonna use a red so it'll be easier to see. Gotta zoom in a little bit, and we'll pull back. I just need to get this right. Oops.
Noob 400 said good. What about you?
Pretty good. Bro really named himself after a murderer. What the fuck? We really have no lives, huh? I really thought, like, when you think of it, you really named yourself after someone who caused a crime, even though people have different opinions on that. You know what's weird? He had such, like, authority to be like, you don't know who I am? I'm like, wow. Who I am? Who you are? You mean the person you're impersonating? And not even, I'm pretty sure they don't have internet. How the fuck? I think they're in jail. Aren't they in jail? Like right now? And why would this motherfucker be in my random stream and looking at AnimeArt?
says yeah.
Like, the fact that shows how much we need to get up the internet. Bro had no personality to go over there and be like, oh, do you know who I am? I'm like, yeah, I don't know who you are. Why the fuck would I know who you are? Especially if you're a person who's not even say who you are. It makes no sense. That's right. Everybody is. It's your favorite boy, Fred Durst. Fred Durst. The Fred Durst is in my stream. Oh god. It's Fred Durst.
Close says dang teacher getting popular.
Right? Fake celebrities in my shit all day. Must be doing something right? I don't know. I want to make some changes here. Okay, like that. Pretty good, pretty good.
Right or close says it, yo.
I haven't been on viewer chat in a very long time. Why would I play the real version when I can have the 8-bit one? That's boring. Need more variety in your life, Fred Durst.
Ritroclose says and what?
Bro asks why we're not playing the original music. I'm like, why would I do that? Sounds boring. Don't like this angle. I think it's the way the angle. Okay. I can walk, but. Hey, noob. Did I say hello to you? I think I did. Okay. How about here? The pew sound comes from when people hit the like a lot. When you hit 50 to 100 likes, it hits a pew sound. There you go. Okay.
Potty Bunny, Rabbit, said that looks great.
Thank you. But
Yes, I agree.
okay, we need to clean house. Okay, cool. Now that's where the problem comes in here, so I need to curve this. Like this. And then okay, that part is not correct. So
Yes, I agree.
Like this. Like that. No, it doesn't look correct. That doesn't look correct. We need to get this correct. Okay. Okay, now this is where this problem comes in. Maybe grab this. Maybe I'll grab most of this. Actually, okay. I think most of this needs to be grabbed. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Jolly Antra says this music reminds me of the old Sonic game jingle.
You're funny, but it's yeah. I can. You can probably thought that because of the 8-bit, but like pretty much it's just 6.9 music with 8-bit. Let me see. I wasn't a big Limp Bizkit fan, to be honest. Okay, like that. It still looks kind of fucking okay. I think it's. That. Okay, I got the hand. If you were just different, I guess so. Okay. Okay, I think the problem is that we're seeing too much of this. I think that's the problem. Okay. Up there, right. Alright, so we turn this down, get rid of that, and then we trace over it again, and then see where we go. You know, we're gonna use a, let's see. I didn't see it. I gotta have time to go watch it on VR chat when I get the chance. I'm too busy half the time making content. You know, I don't feel like it's most worth when it comes to the Sonic movie franchise is that Knuckles spin-off that they had on Paramount Plus. It feels like the writing feels really annoying. That's probably a hot take for some people, but I find the writing incredibly annoying. About there. Ugh, that. Ugh. Stupid. Okay.
Gotcha_Arte, artist palette, said que es bonito.
Not really sure what you said, but hello.
Yes, I agree.
Trunk in the front and the V-Mon bow. The fuck? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, is that right? Like this. Well, that is actually correct. Okay. So what I can do is make this bigger. Okay, there we go. All I'm hearing is the Whopper song in my head. That's all I'm hearing in my head right now. I know you hear the original song, I just hear the Whopper song. I will rule this day.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay, this part's gonna get a little annoying, but we'll see. Okay, and then we'll go there. No, I'll be like, okay. Okay. Shit.
Yes, I agree.
I don't think that's correct. Okay. And there's a line. Okay. What did you want? I'll answer it later. Can't do it now. Don't she know I'm streaming? No, she doesn't know. Going slowly. You really know me. Okay, now we got everything in place. Now we need to, oh, gotta fix the hand, and then we'll do the skin, because that's the whole point of this whole thing. I'm not making no character. I don't have time for that. Let's see where this takes us. I'm not drawing no one. Okay, we're done here. Alright, now I'll take away the back. Now, the focus on this was the main thing on the skin. Now we're gonna see how we can make skin work. First, I'll start with the leg. That makes more sense. Don't like the hand, it's too big, but that's not the focus. We're not focusing on anatomy or accuracy right now. All right, so we got our model here. Now we're gonna put in some skin. All right, so let's get the bucket tool. Actually, no, we'll use the magic wand tool. And then here. And then we're going to flip it. Okay, now we're gonna. Okay, so right inside the character.
Yes, I agree.
Observing the peace through my eyes, on my back. Okay, so based on what he taught me.
Artextric says, what video is that teach?
Oh, that's from Rhino Tuna. It's a random video from Rhino Tuna. Did he ever make it? Oh, he did. He finished his. Okay, cool. He finished his.
Artextric says okay.
Yeah. Alright, so let's apply what Sam does arts do. So we have our base color, right? And then next we'll do is put in our shade. So we click on our base color, go to here, move towards more red here, go more saturated but more down about here. Okay. Now I think I tend to do this wrong, so like let's do it again. So I'm gonna do a little bit of this, that, and then we're gonna go a little bit more further out, but more down, a little bit down, a little bit. Now our direction, I'm gonna put the shading
Chris
coming
825 2.0 said hi.
from the bottom. Hello. So I'm gonna take our. We're gonna use a solid color, a solid brush. Okay, like this. Okay, like that for now. Now our direction has to make sense. So like here.
Chris 825 2.0 said hey, I'm new.
Hello, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. So the shadows here, I'll put like a shadow here as well, because the light's coming downwards. Now we need to fix some parts here. So like here. Oh, perfect song, actually.
Chris 825 2.0 said look cool.
Yeah, that's alright, but we need to see if what I'm applying here makes sense, so let's hope for the best here. Okay.
Lavenda TV Queen says hi.
Hello. Hello, Fave. Hello, Fave.
Lavenda TV Queen says, how are you?
I'm doing well, just trying to hold this down. Trying to get this correct.
Thank you, you fave artist, for sending 1x dolphin. Thank you, you fave artist, for sending 1x tiny tiny.
Okay, the light comes on. Let's make this dark. It's gonna bother me. So that's gonna here. I think the light should be actually here. Alright, forget it. Keep that like this. Fuck it. Where's the lights going down?
Chris825 2.0 said a subscribe to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me look at my reference real quick. The light direction's completely different compared to mine. So I want to do mine just to see if I can pull it off. I think I'll learn more out of that anyway. Actually, better yet, I want to see how. There we go.
Yes, I agree.
Chris825 2.0
Yes, I
said how
agree.
you can color like that.
Well, Right now I'm doing a study, so I just want to make sure I'm doing it correctly. But I'm trying my best based on what I learned from Sam Draws. Sam does art.
Lavenda TV Queen says I'm almost done with the new design of the tattoo.
Let's go. Let's go. I like that. Okay, that looks... Okay. Let's go. Okay, so... Okay. I think that's okay. Now, what we need to do is diffuse the shading. So we're gonna grab a diffusing brush, or what do you call it? Blur brush, a blurring brush. Oh hell no, it's not this fucking song. I hate this song.
Lavenda TV Queen says all sorry. Can you please repeat what you said about my tattoo, please?
I said that's a good thing. It's pretty awesome that you're done with it. Okay, so now we diffused based on here. Pretty good. Good. Okay, now what we need to do is have, I don't think that's all we need to do. We need to add some, oh, let's just make sure I'm doing this right, because I'm not going to keep doing this thousands of times and then fuck off. Hold on. You got a new horizon, that's a family style.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. Thank you, fave artist. Send him one X. Let him cook. Lavenda TV Queen says that's funny.
Forsake 25 2.0 said, and how many days you needs to done that?
What do you mean days? What are you talking about?
What's up guys, welcome to our tutorial for the month of August. In this one we're going to be talking about color rendering. So if you watched the previous tutorial, we talked a little bit about color theory and some of the concepts and themes behind colors. I'm sure it thoroughly confused a lot of you guys, but don't worry, today we're going to be putting a lot of those theories to actual practice. More specifically, I want to show you guys exactly the way that I prefer to color my drawings, okay? The way I approach rendering. because I'm sure that's the reason why a lot of you guys are here. You want to see how I personally prefer to work. And for me personally, I love to dumb things down. I love to simplify things. So this process should be very easily approachable for anyone of any skill level. And as your skill develops, you can really take this same rendering process into higher and higher levels. Okay, it's very, very flexible. And let me show you guys right now. So this might look really confusing, but these are just some of the things that we want to look out for, especially as we get into our demonstrations. I want you guys to pay attention to these things. Now, I'm going to just quickly go over these, just a little bit of theory for us today, and I'll get into the demo
Actually, I don't think I should
a
show
solid
this because
base on
this
this.
is
So this is my personal checklist. These are the things that I really pay attention to when I color my paintings. Whenever I'm looking at a reference, the first thing that I look for are hue, value, and saturation. So on a reference like this, if I were looking for
Chris 825 2.0 said you now watha like to do.
What?
My grandpa's tea play bingo said Ayo.
red color next to the original color. Now this changes the context of that red. Okay, so now this original color looks more pastel.
My grandpa's tea play bingo said what
Whereas
you
if
drawing?
I took that away, you
Doing a
can see now
study.
this color becomes the most saturated color on the entire face. So that's the context. That's what we're paying attention to. All right. Hope you guys are following along. Okay. Another part that I like to include in context is just how the color is blending into its neighbors. So in this case, you can see that the red color here is blending very softly into the face. I'm going to take note of that. Whereas somewhere over here on the collarbone, for example, you can see this color blends relatively harshly into the cast shadow from the shirt. That's just something you want to pay attention to as well. And I cannot stress this next point enough, and that is you want to look to understand your colors, okay? Try to ask yourself why these colors are present on the face, and ask yourself where are they coming from? Now, colors and lighting
have a
are very
glazing
closely
brush?
intertwined, and we'll do more lighting tutorials in the future where we focus more on lighting.
Chris
But for the time
825
being, I do want you
2.0
guys to
said play
also think
soccer.
about lighting as you look at colors, okay? It's a bit of a headache, but you guys can do it, trust me. Just ask yourself, why is this color occurring on the face? So right here, for example, why is there such a bright color? Why is there such a bright spot on the face? The answer could be that there's sunlight hitting the face. Okay, the next question you ask is where is that coming from? And based on the cast shadow on the nose, based on the shadow on the face, you can kind of determine that the sunlight is coming from just behind the subject and kind of a top-down angle. These are the things that we want to think about, okay? Why and where? So this color right here, for example, why is there a bright patch of red on the underside of the face? Well, because
Okay.
there's such a thing called bounce light. And because our subject's wearing a red shirt, a lot of the sunlight is going to bounce right back up and hit the underside of the face. That's why there's that red there. Okay, and that also answers our question of where. So where does the light come from? It comes from the outside, hits the shirt, and then comes from the bottom and hits the bottom side. Absolutely any reference that you're looking at, doesn't matter how complex or how simple, whenever you see a color, ask yourself why. Where is that color coming from? What's affecting it? You want to get into the habit of doing that consciously so that eventually you can start doing it subconsciously and make your process a lot faster. The next thing that I want to talk about is a bit of a timeline. Okay, I've drawn a little timeline for you guys from start to finish of how I like to render my colors. Doesn't matter the subject. And this is a preview into our demonstrations that we're going to do. So usually what happens is I begin with large solid colored blocks. And these would mostly consist of a primary and a secondary color. So if there's a main color, there's a secondary color. Whenever you see a subject in lighting, there's going to be a lighter surface, there's going to be a shadowy surface. So I usually try to just break things down into two colors to keep it simple to start off from and have a good solid foundation. And then we move on from there and we go from two colors to maybe four colors, maybe five colors. But we're just adding like, tertiary colors on the hierarchy scale of whatever piece you're looking at. Colors that are slightly less important than the primary and secondary color, but still nonetheless pretty important because they are in the medium stage. And usually once you get this down, you can start to play around a little bit with your personal rendering style, whether you want to blend it or not. You can see I've included a blending step right here because most of the time I do some blending during this. And then the final stage we'll jump to is smaller details, smaller color variations, and very fine details at the very end. And that's going to take you to the finish line. So we're going to see this process in action today as we get into some of our demonstrations, but that was just an overview of the things that we're going to cover. I hope you're not too scared. I'll just walk us through this process as slowly as possible, and we're going to touch on some subjects that aren't just portraits, okay, because you can absolutely apply this to everything. So the first thing that we're going to look for is the color of the face, okay, and the primary color here in this case, I want to say is the color of the shadowy part of the face. It's what we see the most of. Usually how I pick out a main color, in this case for the face, is I just squint my eyes and I try to pick out what is like the biggest surface area, what's the most prominent element. And in this case, I think the shadow is a little bit more prominent. So we're going to look for the hue, and I think it's going to be within a yellowish, orange kind of range. And we're going to look for the value. It's going to be slightly darker because it's in shadow. And we're also going to look for saturation. It's not going to be super saturated, but also not super desaturated. So it's somewhere in the middle. And then kind of based on those elements, you can find yourself a solid starting color. Now, if you're following along with me, it's important that you take your time with this step because you definitely want to get your foundation right. If your starting color is completely off, that also means that the rest of your colors are also going to be off. And I'll explain why that is later on. Now I'm just going to add in this darker color for the hair in the background so that we can see things a little bit better. So now we have the main color of the face, the color of the shadow. Now I know that a lot of you guys might be seeing, pink and red and some hints of green in the face right now. We're not going to worry about that at all, okay? Again, if you have a hard time kind of consolidating everything down to one color, just squint your eyes, take a step back, try to see what's the most common color that you can work off of and build on top of. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find the secondary color here in this piece. The second most important color, I think, should be the color of the light. And in this case, it's going to be very bright. It's going to lean towards the yellows. It's going to appear almost white. So notice I'm using a round brush and just creating these hard edges, not worrying too much about the blending right now. This is how I approach all of my rendering. I think especially when you're rendering challenging colors, it's important to get it right at the very start and not worry too much about small details, okay? Because if you're using a brush that has too many textures, too many things going on, you might start getting lost in some of the details that you see in the reference, and that's exactly what we don't want to do. All right, perfect. So now you can see that with these simple steps, we've established a light and a dark area on the face. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to an airbrush. This is taking into account the softness of the colors that you see on the face here. If there were a harder edge on the face, I would use a harder edge brush accordingly. Okay, so just make that decision on the fly as you go. Create a new layer, and here we're going to start establishing some of the third, fourth, and fifth colors that you might find on the face. And in this case, I think the red is very important, so we're going to just apply this onto the face first. Get it nice and light. Again, you want to remember that every time you select a color, you want to pay attention to the hue, the value, and the saturation of that color. I don't want you to ever select a color kind of just randomly and haphazardly without actually thinking about it, okay? So for example, on the face here, there are going to be some very subtle color changes. Okay.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do next. You can see that from this area of the face, we're getting more of a cooler, kind of grayish tone. But as you move towards this side, just next to the hair, you're starting to see a little bit more of a hint of orange and yellow. So there's a little bit more warmth towards the edge where the face meets the hair. And that's kind of the subtlety that we want to pay attention to. So again, I'm still going to be using my airbrush. I'm just going to kind of determine that the hue is going to be orange. The value should be relatively dark and relatively saturated. But we do want to keep it a little bit lighter than the actual shadow value that we put down. So this color, as I apply it onto the face, I think that looks pretty good. That really kind of captures that same appearance that you might see in the reference. Now for these areas, we might see a little bit more
study.
It's
in the title.
Airbrush, get some of that dark color in there just to add the feeling of it being engulfed in shadow. And there we go. So now I'm going to take the same red. You're going to notice that I use the eyedropper tool a ton when I'm rendering colors. And that's because the eyedropper tool allows you to select any color that you see on the page. And when you actually reuse one of your own colors, the act of redistributing that same color throughout the other parts of the painting is actually going to give you a lot of color harmony. This is why, going back to the first point, I always say it's very important to get your starting colors right, because you're basing a lot of things on that starting color. So you see some of this red on the bottom side of the nose, and again, that's because of the bounce light coming from the bottom up. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to start adding some smaller colors. So we're working from big down to small. Okay, so on the face here, we can really see that there's some shifts in hue, like there's some pinks on the face, there's some bluish elements on the face, and there's also some shifts in hue from the light to the dark. Okay, so we're going to start thinking about all of those things. Now usually for me, just before I select a color for, say, the pink on the cheek here, I'm going to select the original color that I laid down.
Okay.
The reason for this is because I want to get a gauge of where the original color is in terms of its hue, in terms of its saturation, and in terms of its value. So that based on the color that I observe in the reference on the face, I can move my hue slider, move my color picker here based on what I think I need to do in order to achieve that soft blend. So you see, this allows you to not pick a color that's too far out of left field and just completely looks out of place, right? If I didn't do this eyedropper trick to see the original color and I just say had a random color like this, it'd be much harder for me to kind of find that color that's going to really match with the face, right? And once I've applied it and I think it looks good, I'm going to take the eyedropper and use that color again. So we're going to add some more color harmony to the painting. So we're just going to look for elements and areas where you see some of these colors being applied. There's a lot more saturation here just because
Chris
there's some light
825 2.0 said, bro, need to do something, I need to go.
A color to
Alright, do your thing.
indicate that. And during this stage, it's okay to blend depending on your personal style. If you want to blend it, I'm just going to merge all my layers real quick, and we are going to add some color variation here and begin blending out some of these soft edges. Well, I think this all looks really good, but so far we've been working within analogous colors. And I do see some elements of purple and blue and some hints of complementary colors on the face as well. So we're going to add that real quick in just a second. I'm going to just, again, select the original color on the face, whatever color is here. I'm going to move my hue slider. Okay, we're going to move towards the bluish purplish colors, and we're going to come down here, kind of select the right saturation, the right value here. That's a bit too dark, I think. We're going to just move that up a bit.
Yes,
I just
I
want to
agree.
apply some of this kind of ambient lighting onto the skin, right? Onto the areas where I see it. So right here, for example, on the eyelid, right here at the corner of the eye, for example, and somewhere here on the mouth. Now this is very, very subtle, but you do want to train your mind to be able to start seeing these kind of very subtle shifts in color. Because in real life, like on the color wheel, a lot of these subtle shifts in colors are pretty much hidden from people who don't know what they're looking for. Then you use that cooler color and bring some of that over to the lips. And as you do this, remember to ask yourself why, right? So why are there blue colors on the face when our skin is clearly not blue? And of course, it's because of the sky, the ambient lighting from the sky. If there's a window outside, if there's sunlight coming in, that means the light from the blue sky is also going to be coming in. So some of that is going to cast a blue light onto the skin of your subject. That's why on a sunny day, if you go outside and there's snow on the ground, if you observe the shadow on that white snow, you're going to notice that the shadow is always blue. That's because the ambient lighting in the environment is what's casting the color onto that snow, and the ambient light is coming from the blue sky. So always ask yourself why. Now I'm going to just take a airbrush here, soften up some of these edges, just add in some ambient occlusion, and there we go. There's a quick demonstration of this process, right? And based on this foundation, you can start adding in some, elements like detail for the hair, detail for the eyes.
Oh, it just doesn't. I don't know what it is. So I have. Okay. So if I take the color here, I didn't put no blending modes. That's usually a pain in the ass to deal with. Let me see. Oh shit! I forgot this is a something brush. I was using the G pen the entire time. Okay, get the track. Okay. There's the areas here. So I need this straight. It's not thanks to me, it's because you have a nice profile and you use a quick fire. Huh? Wait, what? What happened? Put that there. Now, lighting up about here. Right, that I think the shadow will stop up here for now. Okay. Oh wait, fuck. Ah, fuck, I'm in the wrong place, damn. God, I hate that. Okay. Like shadows. It's alright, but like it's not perfect. That's what we're trying to fix here. Like that. Okay. Oops. There. Now this part here I don't think should be like that somewhat, I think. But here. Really? Oh, okay, okay. There. Right, and then like that. Okay. So it doesn't make sense. Okay. Alright. And then no. Fuck. That's too fucking huge.
Banana said, "What are we making this time?"
I'm doing a study on skin. right. Okay.
Ritroclose says it gambling for life right.
Right. Okay. I do not think I should do that. There we go. I think that's fine. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And even when you're rendering things like the iris or the lips, you want to be following the same kind of process. I'm going to avoid fully rendering these pieces out today for the sake of time, but you guys can take this file and you can see, just give yourself a little test, a little bit of homework, see if you can render the hair on this piece using that same
Yes, I
technique.
agree.
I'm willing to bet if you follow the exact same steps that I've done for the skin, for the face, you should have no trouble getting the color for the hair. Now let me just show you guys another example of skin. This one a little bit more subtle, but we're following the same steps. We're going to find that first primary, most important color. That's going to be the color of the shadow on the face. So I selected an orangey kind of color for the skin, moved it over so that it's less saturated, it's past the midway point, moved it down a little bit so it's a very neutral, almost darkish kind of color. And here's the good thing that I want you guys to get into the habit of doing if you're doing painting, and that is no matter how desaturated or gray a surface might look, I want you to always try to think about what is the hue of that color. So even if you see something like this that appears to be gray, okay, I want you to observe it and try to think about what hue family does that fall into, because there definitely is going to be a difference. Okay, this is a bluish gray, and there's a huge difference between the blue and the warm gray. So always get into the habit of trying to think about what hue family does that color fall into. So here we have the base color for the skin. Now, in the case of this reference, we're not getting as much contrast. We're getting a much more subtle kind of render, but that's perfectly fine because we can do the exact same steps. So we're going to take the saturation down just so I can show you guys the value difference here, right? You can see that from the light to the dark, there's not a huge drastic jump like we saw in the previous reference. This one's a lot more subtle. So that means in terms of values, we don't have to move all the way down or all the way up and create too much contrast. So I'm going to take the original color and I'm going to just move up a little bit in terms of value. I'm going to try to look for the hue of the light section here. I'm basing it off of this area on the face. I'm thinking it leans a little bit more towards the pinks. It's a bit warmer and it's quite desaturated. So I can just test it out here. And I think that's a little bit too red. So I'm going to move that back up a bit, a little bit more orange. And that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more saturation, maybe a little bit lighter. Okay, and let's try that out. There we go. I think that does work pretty well. So I'm going to take this color. That's going to be our secondary color here. I'm going to just apply this soft rim on the outside. And there's going to be a little bit of that light on the neck as well as on the back of the neck as well. It's a backlit scenario, so the lighting changes are going to be quite subtle. But here you can see you kind of capture the feeling of that backlight, right? With the placement of these
Okay,
shapes.
wait, hold on. Okay, so take... Okay, this is you... Okay. The subsurface scattering is always at the edge of the shadow itself. That's taken care of.
Lavenda TV Queen says I think it's looking really good.
But we need to... It's the darker shadows that needs to be addressed. Okay. Let me see if it goes in. I hope it does, because like I'm trying to make this look as... I want it to be as realistic looking as possible, color-wise.
Lavenda TV Queen says at Hawk GS14 it's a skin study.
should be about here.
Yes, I agree.
And then put it about here.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. It's a little too dark to be honest, but those. Right, and then we'll turn it down.
Yes, I agree.
How does that make sense? Okay. Let me come back over here. Not really. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, and then erase that. And then go here. Okay, and then we'll fuck. And then okay. Like that. No. Oh wait, I forgot that was a thing. I get rid of that stupid line. It's gonna throw me the fuck off. I should get rid of it. It's just gonna be really annoying to deal with that. So, go to that stupid line. Okay. So here. Just stay focused. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. Just desaturate. Oh. Okay. That can work. That's not bad.
Yes, I agree.
But that's could be better. It's not bad, but it could be better. Okay. This is a weird one. Wait, what? Is that on the same? Fuck. Okay. No.
Yes, I agree.
There you go. Okay. It's a study. Why you guys don't read the title? You guys don't read titles? I understand skin and how to do the lighting and technique and shading.
Yes, I agree.
close.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay, and then
Yes, I agree.
does that look believable? Hmm. You know what? I'll put a.
Close says it high.
Hold on. What's a sticker pull view? And vote on sticker. Oh no, that's nothing. I don't know what that is. Okay, red means it looks like skin. Blue means it doesn't. Yes, and vote. Does it look like skin? Does it look believable? Red means yes. Blue means no. One person says yes. 2 people said yes. 3 people say yes. 5. Okay. Okay. Hello, Ariana. I see you. Okay, 6, 7. 1 person says no. 8 says yes. I don't know. I don't think it. To me, it doesn't look like it's rendered good enough. We need a. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me problem. A lot of people said yes. Okay. Look like watercolor skin.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go based on what we did. I didn't erase it. It's still there. But I want to try something. So we're gonna do it over again, but we're gonna do it faster. So we have the base color. Then we get the shading based on our placement. So we're gonna do a different. So I'm gonna put a little bit more red. Go full saturation, but we're gonna go slightly down. All right. Then we're gonna see what is our light direction. Our light direction is gonna come from, say, the right side here. So everything will be shaded on this side. All right. So we can make this faster, so we don't have to be stuck here like I did before.
Okay.
All right. So hello, hi. So we're gonna shade that in. There we go. That's our shading color. Shade in color. I think it's a little too saturated or a little too harsh. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. I don't think it should be that harsh. I'm gonna pull back the saturation about here. Okay. Then we're gonna grab this. Better? Okay. Now
Yes, I agree.
I'm gonna put the a little bit more shading here. That's gonna be poking out. Oh shit. Poking out like this. Okay. Shit. Erase this, but I don't need this. Alright. Make it more 3D. I guess if we put it like this. And then that. Hey! There we go. Fine. Alright, now, since we have that, we need to... I'm going to erase a little bit of this. Get a little more bumps. There we go. Alright, so we're going to use a diffusing brush to diffuse the edges. Where there's... Not everything has to be diffused. Like, it depends on the placement of where everything is based on hard and soft shadows. So I'm gonna grab our diffusing brush, our blur tool, whatever the fuck. Now the light's coming here. There's no hard edge happening, so I'm gonna put here. There's a bit. Let me see. Now here, I would say soft. Oop, soft here, right? But
Yes, I
when it
agree.
comes to this particular part, I do not think it should be. So I'm going to erase here and keep that hard edge right there.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so I'm going to take another hard brush. I mean, blur
Yes,
brush.
I agree.
Now this is where this part comes in. I
Yes,
think
I
it should
agree.
be like this. Oops, my bad. Sorry. Like that. And
Yes, I agree.
fuck it now.
Yes, I agree.
And then we're going to take the diffusing or brush or blur brush, and then at the edge of it, we're
Yes,
going
I
to
agree.
pull it like that, because the breast is making that have a hard shadow here. So even though I didn't color the breast, we know it's there, so it's going to make a bit of a hard shadow here. Now the upper half of the chest, like the upper part here, will be making a hard here, so I'm going to leave that alone. But I think lower down it's going to get a little blurry here and here. I think, if I'm doing this.
Ritroclose says it. Hi, welcome back.
So I think that makes more sense. Okay. So, oh, I forgot the bikini itself. So what I'm going to do is throw this like this. Okay. Oh. Sorry, my bad. I keep making mistakes. I'm trying to do this as fast as possible. I can't do it like I'm doing my drawings really fast. What I'm trying to do this is trying to see if I get the concept, because if I get the concept, then everything will make sense. Based on what Sam said, I was paying attention to everything you're saying. It was just like applying it, because I'm not using the same reference he's using. I don't want to do that. I kind of want to see what happened if I do it in a way that without a reference. I think that makes more sense to a certain degree. Let me see here. Here.
Yes, I agree.
So the shadows from the bikini itself will be there. Okay, that's gonna be hard edge because they're literally on the skin, so there's going to be a hard edge shadow onto the skin. So that's where that comes in. Got it. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Now we got, I think we did an okay job on where to locate the shadows. Maybe I did some parts that was a little bit off, I don't know, but we'll make sense of it. So the light's coming this way. The shadows are in this side because whatever's on the left, if the shadows is on, I mean, if the light's on the left, the shadows on the right. If the light's on the top, the shadows usually at the bottom. If the light's from the bottom, the shadows at the top. So they always follow each other one way or another. One's always on the opposite of the other.
Ritroclose says it. Chip
Yes,
law.
I agree.
Let me see. No, wait, no. Let me see. Okay. Now I'm going to color this in. Oh, let me grab this.
Yes, I agree.
I just don't like that part right there. There we go. There we go. Alright, so we did our diffusing part of most of this, where the hard and soft edges will be. Okay. Now we're going to do the actual... Oh, wait, not this part. We're going to do the subsurface scattering. Now, that's usually at the edge, or at least where the blood is, or located, if I'm doing this correct. So we're going to grab our shadow, put it on the red side about, I think, it doesn't have to be
Yes,
dark.
I agree.
It just has to be very light. Because
Artextric says that lunar eclipse no women are harder for him to draw.
Yes. Then what we'll do is we'll get a milli brush, a milli marker pen, and glaze right over the skin. I know it's funny how I'm using these words, but anyway, so I'm gonna glaze lightly on the skin. This is what Sam said. Okay, and I capture the skin, and then I use a soft brush, go from the edges here. Let's see. When are we going to work on? Whenever the skin is done. When I actually master skin, bikini designs are really easy to do. Like that's not something that has to be like taught or even studied. That's kind of easy to do. Anyone can do a bikini design. Doesn't even take skill on that.
Yes, I agree.
And then we'll put our subsurface scattering, or at least the blood at the edge of the shadows. Oops. Now that's where, like, go back. I think I made a mistake.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay, and then okay, like that. I think that looks right. Let me see. Let me see. I think that's correct. It gives it more of a realistic look, I believe. So
let's put some blocks of colors. We were able to kind of accomplish that. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a new layer, okay? And on this layer, we're going to start working with some more color variations, okay? So here, we're going to just take the original color. It's important to do that, okay, just so we can stay on top of things.
Yes, I agree.
I see this orangish color here. It's almost like a glow.
I think what I should do is like kind of blend it better, like that, where it's kind of like blended.
Artextric says F3 Fox Hayes,
Yes,
your
I agree.
FYP.
Let me see.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. You tell him, Bri.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So it.
Yes, I agree.
Let me see if I can use a texture brush. That might work. Oh no! What the fuck? Oh wait, what the? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Sorry. That's kind of cool. Okay. Soft bleed. Can I use that? Get more texture if I do it that way, maybe. No, it just looks dirty now. No, forget it. Fuck it. Just leave it alone. We just need to get the concept. We'll do textures later. That should be like the last thing that we actually worried about. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so the next thing, let me see what he does, because there was that one thing he did.
That glow is going to make its surrounding colors a little bit brighter. Okay, so brighter means we take this color, we're going to go up a little bit more saturated, and maybe a little bit more yellow, or maybe a little bit more orange. I'm not sure, but let's try orange. I think that'll work pretty well. And there we go. Right, so there's orange, and that creates a really nice warm glow.
Punny Bunny Rabbit said that looks awesome.
It looks alright, but it needs to be better.
Add some of that glow onto the front of the face, as you see in the reference here. And there's also some of this soft glow leaning a little bit more towards the yellows on the base of the neck right there. And you can assume that this is probably coming from the bounce light in the room. And then at the very back of the neck, okay, we're going to start adding some more warm orange kind of glowing colors here. I'm just going to merge everything down and use my blending tool and soften some of these edges up. And just like so. Now we've got quite a few colors going on the base here, but I feel like, you know, there's even more variation.
I never do that. Oh, I forgot. I never do that before. I never merge the layers together. I always keep them separate. I forgot why he does that. I think it explains why he does that.
Like the ear, you're gonna get something that's a little bit.
The machine says, "Where is the pew pew coming from?"
It's from all the likes you guys keep dropping. The more likes, the more pews you hear.
Eyedropper, get that color and start moving it to other areas of the face where I see that kind of same render, right? And the act of actually taking that color, moving it over to other parts of the painting, again, creates a lot of color harmony. So throughout this process, you're really just looking for.
So like, okay, so if that's the case, let's use complementary colors. So like, our color here in the shadow is from here. So I'm gonna throw in a blue or a green.
Yes,
I'll throw in a green. No, I'll throw in I'll throw in a blue. So hit the shadow. Come over here. Hit that blue. It doesn't have to be any more brighter or stuff. So we'll use that. We'll take our glazing brush, glaze over the skin like this. Oop. Okay. Glaze over here a little bit, and then sample that. Take that out, and then what we'll do is take a soft or a brush in general, and then just brush inside here. In this whole area here, let's say. Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it must be the brush itself.
Yes, I agree.
I'm gonna put it in here. Where is a different brush? Where is the ugh. Where's my brush? What the fuck is my brush? There it is. Yeah, let's do this over again. So like this. Right like here. Like that kind of. That looks kind of ridiculous, but we'll turn it down. Like that. Okay. Amazing. I don't know. Okay.
Subtle color variations here, like for example on the nose. Shadows here.
Well, first I need to know how to do skin before we do that.
You can even start to begin to stylize your colors. You know,
I just use
the
right now I'm trying to get better at rendering, but like I do use opacity down when I need to.
A little bit more saturated.
But right now I'm not using blending modes. So if you're wondering if I'm using blending modes, no, I'm actually everything's on normal. So because that's a lot of things that I notice these teachers don't like mentioning. They don't mention. I mean, they don't mention thoroughly as much as they say. They don't use blending modes as much as they claim, or when they're teaching, they don't like mentioning it. I don't know why. It's fucking annoying because it causes confusion for most students. So far I'm looking closely, and he has not used a single blending mode, as I saw. I'm looking at his layers right here, and he has not a single blending mode that is on. The only thing he did so far is just merge them, and that was it. I remember he mentions somewhere down the line that why he does that. I forgot which video it was, but we'll figure that out.
So during this process, you can even bump up the saturation or maybe tone it down a bit, you know, depending on the mood that you're going for. Now for the light section of the face, I'm just going to add some final details here. I do see a hint of green and some subtle color transitions here, right? Because we're nearing the end and we're just adding final touches. Now I'm going to use a airbrush just to add in some ambient occlusion from the hair, which we didn't render, but you know, just pretend it's there. I'll just add in some darker colors here just to show you guys, you know, these colors in context. Right, there you go. And you can see you've really got a nice kind of backlit feeling portrait for this piece. Again, very, very simple process here. Essentially, you know, whenever I render colors, it doesn't matter if it's a portrait or something else. What I'm doing is I'm taking one color that might be the main color, the most important color. I'm taking a secondary color. Okay, this could be the color of the shadow, for example, right? We're going to use these two as the foundation, and then based on them, we're going to try to find other colors. So there might be variations of that primary color, right? There
Yes, I agree.
Some desaturated parts, some warmer parts, and maybe some cooler parts. And same thing's going to apply to the shadows. You're going to find some other colors that might be cooler or warmer, depending on your subject. Now, some of these colors are going to be a little bit more prominent. So we're going to make them larger, we're going to put more emphasis on them, right? And then between these colors, between all of these colors, you're going to find colors that kind of bridge the gap. So you might find some highlights of green. You might find some highlights of teal. You might find some kind of desaturated grayish colors in between them. So that's kind of the process, right? You're going from step 1, step 2, step 3, and then the final step are all the small variable colors in between. Now I want to show you guys just how this might work on something that isn't a portrait. Okay, so this is a beautiful image of a cloud, and you can see that I really apply this exact same concept to basically anything that I have to color, and you guys can do this as well.
So
I
let's.
really do believe that it's going to make your life a lot easier. So we're going to take this main color. How did I get this main color? Well, squint your eyes. Okay, take a look at the cloud. What's the most prominent color in the clouds? If you just take a step back and actually squinted your eyes, you can tell that the main color in the clouds is this kind of warm yellowish color, right?
Okay.
Not paying attention to the shadows or any of the details and the hard soft edges in the clouds. We're just looking to consolidate that into one single color, one solid starting point.
I agree.
Now the next thing that I want to look for is the secondary color. Okay, what's the second most prominent color in these clouds? That is this color right here.
Oh, it's the blue.
Now when you're drawing, don't use the eyedropper tool and select the color directly. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to find it myself. Should be somewhere here, desaturated, right? We want to take a note of the values of the clouds. So if I take the saturation away from the reference, you can see that the cloud's values don't change too much. You're going from a light gray to a medium gray.
Okay.
It's not super high contrast. So let's take a blue that's, you know, slightly grayish, not super saturated, not super dark. Let's just apply that here, see if it works. I think that's a little bit too red. Okay, there's too much red in that blue. So we're gonna move it down a bit, and that looks a little bit better. Okay, so we're gonna take this blue, apply it to the areas where you see more shadows. Now, the cloud's very complex, so we're not gonna be able to capture every single detail, every minute change in terms of hue. But what we will do is we're gonna take an overall kind of look at it. Okay, so now from this blue, you can see that as you move up into this yellowish color, there's a hint of red and pink and purple. It's a really beautiful transition. So we're gonna go up towards the red. We're gonna find the pinkish color. Now I'm gonna just take that pink, glaze it over the blue and the yellow. So you see immediately, like if I zoom out, right, we're getting a nice transition now from the blue to the yellow, because once we glaze that pink on top of the blue starts turning purple and the yellow starts turning orange. So we're getting a natural kind of transition.
Wait, whoa, what? Whoa, whoa, what? What?
A lot of the fun.
Whoa, fuck. What?
Into this yellowish color, there's a hint of red and pink and purple. It's a really beautiful transition. So we're gonna go up towards the red. We're gonna find the pinkish color. Now I'm gonna just take that pink, glaze it over the blue and the yellow. So you see immediately, like if I zoom out, right, we're getting a nice transition now from the blue to the yellow, because once we glaze.
Wait. So he took. Okay, there was the blue and the yellow. Let's go back a little bit. I just want to capture that because that's what I was doing earlier, but I got confused. That's what I did with that complementary color of the blue. Put it into the shadow, and it gives it more of a more natural look within the shadow because the shadow's never truly dark. It just has some light in it. That's that light, that bounce light that's coming into this that gives it a little bit more of a, you know. But that glaze look, which is which is fine, but like I think it could be way better. Like way better. I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird thing. Hold on. Is this thing on live? I don't think so. Alright. Anyway, so let's see what he's. I want to capture that one last time because I want to make sure I got that correct.
Top of the blue.
So this will answer majority of y'all saying, "Is this what you do all day, draw women?" Fuck no. I'll be fucking doing shit like this. Now you guys are watching my practice full fledged now.
Go up towards the red. We're gonna find the pinkish color. Now I'm gonna just take that pink, glaze it over the blue
Okay.
and the yellow.
And he
See,
sampled
immediately,
it.
like if I zoom out, right, we're getting a nice transition now from the blue to the yellow because once we glaze that pink on top of the blue starts turning purple and the yellow starts turning orange. So we're getting a natural kind of transition from this color to the shadow color. Now this is where, you know, a lot of the fun begins. So we're going to start kind of etching back in with some of this blue. Again, using your eyedropper tool, okay? Always steal your own colors. Remember that. Now I'm going to steal this color right here, and I want to add a little bit more saturation and bring it a little bit more into the orange. That might be a bit dark, so we're going to just adjust. There we go. See, this is starting to look a little bit more orange. Now we're going to take our blending tool. Let's blend all of these edges out. Okay. Right now, you know, I don't know where the hard and soft edges are exactly, but I just want to get that feeling down. So now if you zoom out, you can see you've got...
So he took two colors. He took a blue and a yellow. Let's go back a little bit just to make sure we capture this correctly.
Yes, I agree.
So he took a blue and a yellow because the yellow is the main color. Blue is the secondary color. He pulled a pink or purple. I think it was pink. Pink, glazed that over the both yellow and blue, I believe, between them, and then sampled that glaze color on top, and then it made an orangey color between the two, and then he brushed it in, and then also blurred it in. I think that's what he. Okay, let's just see if I got it right. Because if you simplify, like this is one thing I tell my students: if you simplify it, you'll get it. If you try to make it complicated, if you're trying to understand the complication without making it simple, you're gonna make yourself confused.
Every single detail, every minute change in terms of hue. But what we will do is we're going to take an overall kind of look at it. Okay, so now from this blue, we can see that as you move up into this yellowish color, there's a hint of red and pink and purple. It's a really beautiful transition. So pink and we're going to go up towards the red. We're going to find the pinkish color. Now I'm going to just take that pink.
And he's going to glaze it over.
Glaze it over.
Then he's going to sample it.
And the yellow. Yes, so you see immediately, like if I zoom out, right, we're getting a nice transition now from the blue to the yellow because once we glaze that pink on top of the blue starts turning purple. And the yellow starts turning orange. So we're getting a natural kind of transition from this color to the shadow color. Now, this is where, you know, a lot of the fun begins. So we're going to start kind of etching back in with some of this blue. Again, using your eyedropper tool. Okay, always steal your own colors. Remember that. Now I'm going to steal this color right here. And I want to add a little bit more saturation and bring it a little bit more into the orange. That might be a bit dark, so we're going to just adjust. There we go. See, this is starting to look a little bit more orange. Now we're going to take a blending tool. Let's blend all of these edges out. Okay. Right now, you know, I don't know where the hard and soft edges are exactly, but I just want to get that feeling down. So now if you zoom out, you can see you've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit.
What do you think it is?
Make it a little bit lighter.
You have to ask. I'm pretty sure you can use context clues what it is.
Areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors. Again, taking your own colors, stealing your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up, and again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own color, go back in, add your highlights in there.
Lavenda TV Queen says that Emerald will study.
Too many new colors during this stage, especially, you know, this detailing stage. Because if you start introducing more colors that haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to add more like foreign elements that you're gonna have to work into the rest of the painting. So my
Okay.
advice for this stage is to kind of just work with the colors that you have, right, and make small changes. So if you do want to add a new
All right.
color, let's say I
So,
want to add a little bit more.
all right. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move
Rightful
this.
says at Emerald Relax, it's a coloring study.
Like for real, I don't know why. If you don't like what you see, get the fuck out. I don't understand what's wrong with people. Just get the fuck out. Just like if it upsets you, leave. Yeah. What the fuck? If I don't like World of Warcraft, why the fuck am I in their Discord saying this shit is horrible? Like the fuck? Like damn. If it upsets you, so get the fuck out. No, we like to be in places we don't like being, and then we stay there and then complain. Leave the fuck out.
Says that Shelley Haley quit
Jesus Christ. Anyway, so we're gonna do what Sam did. So I'm gonna grab a brush here, make it yellow. A little more pastel. Okay. All right, so we're gonna put. I'm gonna do what he did. Put a yellow.
Says people just want to be seen and
Heard. Yes, I know. That's the problem. Seen and heard. All right, so we got this circle here. Oh, that circle is like a square. And then he puts a blue in there, right?
Yes, I agree.
So, I don't know. Wait, did he? I don't know. He clipped it. I doubt he did. But I'm gonna grab this blue. There's something opposite for me. I think it's more like a darker blue. I think.
Thank you, buddy, for sending one.
Thank you. Just guys, just to let you know, if you want talking rights, like you want to hear your comment be talked out, like my mod and some of the subs, you can just send a heart me. When you get a heart me, you get the TTS. So send a heart me, become a team member. Anyway, so I'm going to put the blue here. All right. Then he said, grab a. Well, this is based on how you want to do it, but like, takes a red.
Let him cook.
And then.
Let him cook now.
Thank you.
Sending one X. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Okay, now let me see here. I'm gonna glaze over. It's funny I keep saying glaze because you know at that time. Anyway, we're gonna glaze over this a little bit, like he did. Actually, I'm gonna go on the same level. Glaze over this like that. Now let's see if what he said was true to a certain degree. I mean, I get the exact same colors, but something close. So that's yellow, right? And then we go to the other color. Yeah, it is an orange. He was not bullshitting.
See, it's funny, and you need to cook.
I gotcha. It is orange. So if that's the case, then the other one should be like a. What is it? It's like, I don't think the glazing really went through on that one. No, it's weird. It's like a purplish color. You said it should be more of a purplish. Maybe it was the color I picked. So let me go back. Let me pick this red again. He picked like more of a magenta-like color. Yeah, like a more magenta-like color. We're gonna get rid of this, and then we're gonna glaze again.
Thank you, Moon, for sending one X dolphin.
Thank you for the dolphin. I appreciate it. If you guys want talking rights, you just gotta send one heart me. It's literally the equivalent of that of a rose. It's a rose. It's not like it's like a lot of money. It's literally a coin, and you get talking rights. I don't know why everyone's against not giving that. Like shit, people give everything a rose and shit, but they don't give that. All right, so
yes, I agree.
This is purple. Like that. Did I glaze it too hard? I think I glazed it too hard. Let me do it again. Like that. Let me see. Maybe I should do it darker. Fuck. Fuck me! I'm going too fast. Gotta calm down. Okay. Let's glaze over it like this. Now let's see what color that would be. Now it's purple. But the other one isn't. It was orange last time, like you said, but now it's bullshit. Okay. Fine. We'll fuck with that. I don't care. Anyway, so okay. Right. And now what we're gonna do, we're going to I don't wanna go back, so I wanna see if I remember it. I think he erased a little bit of this too.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, like this. Erase. No, soft, hard, soft.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Just be clear, when you guys say yes, I agree, that means they followed.
Yes, I agree.
So if there's any question on that, there you go. Answered. Question has been answered. If you hear a pew, that means you're dropping more than 50 to 100 likes or something. Somewhere in between that. So if you're hearing a pew, that's what that is. If you're hearing Markiplier say yes, I agree, that means someone followed the stream. Okay, so let's see.
Yes, I agree.
Lavenda TV Queen says you're getting a good amount of followers.
Yeah. Yes, we are. So for that benefits us in the far run, in the long run. I mean, sorry.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
We're gonna blend our way through up to this point, and then between that and this color. And it's getting a purplish color, as he said. Okay, see, we blended in.
Yes, I agree.
But let me see. Okay. And then I think fuck, it's starting to fuck with me now. I'm just having a okay, let's see if I can. Fuck. Let me see.
Yes, I agree.
Now he put in the shadows. I don't remember what he said on the shadows, so I'm gonna push
Yes,
back
I
on that
agree.
real quick. I'm gonna go back what he says.
This color. I'm gonna take the
Go back.
tool. Just blend all
Yes,
of
I
these
agree.
colors out.
Oh, I didn't use a blending tool.
Right now,
I didn't even use shit. I didn't even use the blending tool. What I did is just I manually blended it in. So maybe if I use the blending tool, it'll be a little bit more. I didn't even use the blend. Is this pre-recorded or not? Are you serious? Who the fuck would do that? No, I think there's people who actually do that on TikTok when I think about it now. No, you're not wrong. Actually, I'm wrong for saying that. My bad. I'm sorry.
TV Queen says I didn't know this is Earl.
My bad. I'm gonna take the L on that one. My bad. I overreacted on that response. My bad. I'm sorry. There's people who actually do that on TikTok. So you're legitimate for asking that question.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. No, I don't think that's rage bait. That was just me overreacting, to be honest, on that question. That's my fault. I can admit when I'm wrong. Let's get rid of this, just overlapping this. I just don't like seeing that. Okay. Alright, so let's see.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, what did he says? What did he say? I mean, my bad.
Hard and soft edges are exactly.
Actually, you know what? When I think of it now, I think I made this too big. So what I need to do is pull it back like he does.
Lavenda TV Queen says you also been getting a lot of dumb questions not saying. That
Yeah.
is a dumb question.
Yeah, it was pretty much because I am responding, but they probably are new, so they probably just walked in. They was just wondering, so I'm not even gonna be upset at them.
Says teach, that's the new word they found.
But is it pre-recorded? Is that what it? Let me see here. Okay, I think this is good. I wanna ask you guys and incorporate you guys into this. Do you think I'm doing a okay job on the coloring,
Yes, I agree.
on the rendering? Yes or no? Red means yes, blue means no. Am I doing an okay job with the rendering? Yeah, red means yes, blue means no. Does it need more work? Am I doing a shitty job at the? You can be honest. I don't get mad at anyone who's being honest. If you honestly believe I'm doing a shitty job, you can put blue. If you think I'm doing fine, you can put red. 6 people think so. Okay. Because this is to improve. This is not to be better than anyone else. This is to improve on concepts. This is what I teach my students all the time. So you guys are witnessing my practice. So that's where this question where people say, "Oh, how do you get good?" This is how you get good. You practice. It's a pain in the ass. It's long, but it's practice. So it says 10 people out of 0 thinks I'm doing okay. Cool. Not a single person said I'm doing a shitty job. So that's kind of cool. I like that, or unless they just didn't want to feel like hitting the button. That's perfectly fine.
Amanda TV Queen says I feel like yours is a lot sharper than his.
You think so? I don't know. I feel like his is a lot sharper on the edges, but maybe it's just because of the phone. Hold on, let me make it easier for you guys to see. I just realized that you guys got kind of cut off. Let me put it like this, so you guys can see it better. There we go. Sorry about that. Can I get your QR code? Oh, yes, that for those who don't know what that QR code is, I'm legally supposed to tell you this, but I am sponsored right now by HelloFresh. If you're trying to get the QR code here, you can get it. If you're trying to get like foods, you get 50% off your initial price of what you get, either for your family or for yourself. So if you want to try it out, it's for only new users. It doesn't work for old users. Sorry, it's only for people who are brand new to HelloFresh. HelloFresh. I can't think. But yeah, if you want to get the QR code, it's right there. I'll give you guys a few seconds to get it so we can get back to what we're doing. Yeah, it's technically for food. My link in bio, if you want to get to know my stuff, link in bio is in there. But if you want the QR code, that's for HelloFresh. It's sponsored. It helps me out. For everyone who takes it and actually purchases from them through this, I get a commission. Awesome. And it brings back money back to the stream so I can focus on doing more art stuff. So it helps everybody. So you get food, I get money, I use that money back into the stream, and then you guys get more videos like this. That's how that works. Brushes? No. I don't do brushes.
Good, but I still believe your colors and shaping still a little sharper.
Okay. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. For those who wants to have the voice to text to speech, if you want to hear your comment be read out throughout the stream, you have to send 1 heart me, just to let you know, and become part of the team. If you become part of the team, you get to have talking rights for forever. So if you want that, you don't have to be a subscriber. You just have to get this. Just send this and you get to talk. It doesn't matter where you're from. Literally, it's 1 coin. It's literally a rose. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, so anyway, back to work.
Jolly Answer says so easy.
So easy.
So now if you zoom out, you can see we've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage,
now this part,
basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details.
Okay.
So you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights. Right?
Okay, we can use our round brush. So we'll do what he says. We'll grab this color, go up to the yellow. Oh fuck. Go back to the yellow. We go up like this, and then this. And then
thank you, J. Joe Star, for sending 1 extra.
Thank you.
You don't have to hang around, you know.
There you go, J. Joe Star. You get commenting rights. See? Joe Star did it. You guys can do it too. It's literally 1 coin, and you get to hear the again thing from Marvel Rivals, so that proves that you sent it.
Taking your own colors, stealing your own colors. And
So whatever you say will be heard out. Hello,
As
Scissors.
soon as you do this, get your blending tool.
Okay, go back one. So the light is here.
Now, now you can see you've got the colors of the cloud.
Okay.
And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as
there you
a
go.
launching point for actually applying the details.
Yes,
so
I agree.
You can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. We can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors.
It's a round brush, right? So if it's a round brush, so that means if I do it like this, if I do it like this, how he has it, right? It looks really bright. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we'll use a diffusing brush. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I don't feel like I am. Oh wait, maybe. Oh wait, whoa. Maybe I'm not doing it. I'm putting it in the wrong place. Maybe I gotta put it more closer. That might make more sense. Diffusing. Let me see. No, we're not doing that. We're doing a fucking study. You guys don't read the title? It says study. We're doing studies. We're not doing a drawing. Not a full-fledged drawing. Let me see here. Let me see. Like that. See here. And then.
Yay, Joestar says, now my guy, hand off those women anatomy tutorials.
No, you have to be a student. You become a student, you gotta go to the what do you call it? The Buy Me a Coffee link. Let me see here. Fuck. That's too big of a dispute.
Colors, and you can blaze that over some of the areas in light.
Oh.
Lavenda TV Queen says I'm loving the way my tattoo is coming out.
Go
That's
back
awesome.
in, add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to be picking too many new colors during this stage, especially
Close says it ends as
stage, because if you start introducing more colors that haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to add more like foreign elements that you're going to have to work into the rest of the painting. So my advice for this stage is to kind of just work with the colors that you have, right? And make small changes.
Okay, so stop that. Like that. Okay. So, okay. Okay. I think I got it. Somewhat. I think. And then okay, and then
Yes, I agree.
Chris825 2.0 said, "Hey, I'm back."
That's good. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Nothing close. Not close to that at all. It's like where it's somewhat like and close together. So we take the blue.
Yes, I agree.
Like that, right? And then we'll take the white. And then take a
All my friends are toxic, all ambition is so rude and always thank you, your fave artist, for sending one ex-friendship necklace.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And then we'll take a fucking maybe I take a hard edge brush. Oh, that's very wise. Just two. Oh, wait. I think that's where I'm fucking up. I'm not using a hard edge.
Chris825 2.0 said, "Look nice."
I won't say that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Was I? Oh, never mind. Fuck it. I'll just stay within the confines.
Yes, I agree.
And then take a brush. No. It's not good. This is not good. This is horrible. This is horrible. Gotta do it over again. See, this is horrible. Let's see.
Lavenda TV Queen says it's not horrible.
I think it has to be for us to improve. We need to be honest with ourselves. It is horrible. We just need to figure out what's
Yes, I agree.
the problem a little bit. Try and do it this way. It's funny because I did cause before, but not in this way he did. Okay.
Chris825 2.0 said, "Tralala tralala."
Let's see.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe I do it this way. Okay. And then I'll take a war.
Lavenda TV Queen says I feel like saying it's horrible is rough, especially if this is your first time.
Well, this is my 1000th time. That's what makes this horrible. That's what makes this horrible.
Yes, I agree.
But I'll eventually get it. Somehow. Somehow. Or maybe never. Nope, not doing this right. Let's go back and see what he did.
Steal this color right here, And I want to add a little bit more saturation and bring it a little bit more into the orange. That might be a bit dark, so we're going to just adjust. There we go. See, this is starting to look a little bit more orange. Now we're going to take our blending tool. Let's blend all of these edges out. Okay. Right now, I don't know where the hard and soft edges are exactly, but I just want to get that feeling down. So now if you zoom out, you can see you've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color.
Yes, I need to use a bio because we're learning how to do skin. You have a problem, you can leave. If it was a grown-ass man, you guys don't say anything. Actually, quite frank, if you want to see one I've done of a grown man, would you feel better that if I did a grown man instead? I don't know why you guys bitch and moan is because it's a woman. You guys do not bitch and moan as a man. I don't know what's the problem with this. It is so weird. The double standard is wild. I don't understand this. Shit.
Make it a little bit
if you don't like it, leave. I don't give a fuck.
Brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness.
Camilo Elementreptile said, "You know what the people want."
These shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, stealing your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up, and again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own colors, go back in, add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to be picking too many new colors during this stage, especially in this
25.2.0 said
stage, because if you start introducing more colors that haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to add more like foreign elements that you're going to have to work into the rest of the painting. So my advice for this stage is to kind of just work with the colors that you
Oh shit, I missed it. Fuck.
Over some of the areas out.
Sorry.
Right now, I don't know where the hard and soft edges are exactly, but I just want to get that feeling down. So now if you zoom out, you can see you've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so
my bad, sorry.
Some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color.
I'm paying attention now, sorry.
A bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and you can use our round brush to start adding some highlights.
Okay, he used a round brush.
You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, stealing your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up, and again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own colors, go back in, add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to be picking too many new colors during this stage, especially, this detailing stage, because if you start introducing more colors that haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to
So he used the round brush. It's a hard edge, and then he uses the, okay. So if I were to take this, like this, hard brush it, like that, right? And then he uses a diffusing, or blending brush. Alright, and then maybe erases it a little bit like I did. No, I don't think so. No. This is not computing for some odd reason.
Like foreign elements that you're going to have to work into the rest of the painting. So my advice for this stage is to kind of just work with the colors that you have, right? And make
Chris 825.2.0 said, "But hey, have a question."
Let's say I want to add a little bit more of a pinkish color. I'm going to take the color that's already there, and I'm going to just base that pinkish color off of that. So when I add it in, you can see it's not a huge departure from what we already have on the canvas, right? That pink can still sit in there, and it can kind of, just blend in with its surroundings, and that's exactly what we want. Now I'm going to take some more of the shadow color. Okay, we're going to add in more shadows. We're going to take some of these bluish, and then as we blend out some of these elements, you can really see the shape of the clouds start to come through, right? And there we go. There's a quick cross section.
Chris 825.2.0 said, "What you try to do?"
Detailed as you want.
Trying to learn how to do skin.
Right? This cloud can easily go.
Render skin, but using other techniques to apply them.
Go in and become the background of the piece. Or depending on your style, you can take some of these colors and start adding even more detail. Right? The next step here would be to, zoom in and start adding really small elements here. Just things
Chris
that
825.2.0 said, "Okay."
Pass this piece on social media. media, but if you enjoy working in that style, this is the time to do it. This is the time for you to start adding smaller details and more refined elements. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. You can see this is a cloud. Looks like a cloud. Looks pretty good. If you guys want, again, you can take this file, take this piece, maybe shrink it down, and try to finish the rest of the cloud based on the same kind of color method. It's going to be a lot of fun for you guys. But let's.
Okay, so where did I go wrong? I don't think go wrong with the colors. I think that's fine. Well, that's not the issue.
Chris 825 2.0 said thumbs up emoji.
So let's see again. So if I were to, maybe I should approach this more slowly instead of doing this fast. I hate shit like this. Okay, so sorry. Okay. Wait a minute.
Yes, I agree.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So if I
Yes,
do it like
I
this,
agree.
and then okay, let's do it again.
Yes, I agree.
Janae says
Chris
hello.
825 2.0
Hello,
said
Mono,
bro
how are
a
you?
have other question to you Messi or Ronaldo.
How are you? Hope you're doing well.
Yes, I agree.
Janae says hi, better than yesterday. You?
Oh, over here trying to figure out some bullshit. There's something I'm not getting this. I don't
Right
know.
Close says it mono
Now
slash
we're
hi
going to take
mono.
a blending tool. Let's blend all of these edges.
Yes,
Thank you, Fave Artist,
Spiders
for
just
sending one
I
extra.
don't know
Cheer
where
you
the
up.
hard and soft edges are
Thank you.
exactly, but I just want
Janae
to get that
says it
feeling
bright
down.
or close,
So now if
high
you zoom out,
dry.
you can see you've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so you can
Chris
see there's some
825
lighter portions here
2.0
in the
said a like
clouds.
Ronaldo
We can
flag
take our
emoji.
color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors. Again,
Okay,
taking
that's
your own
where.
colors,
Okay, I
putting
think
your
that's
own
where I'm
colors,
having a
and you can
problem.
blend
Right at
these
that
in
moment, right
together.
there.
I just want to get that feeling down.
That right
Now,
there.
if you zoom out, you can see you've got
So,
the colors of the cloud.
okay,
And
I got the
during
colors
this
of the
stage,
cloud.
we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds.
Okay.
So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue.
Take our color, move it up in hue.
Make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start at.
Okay. Maybe the problem is that my cloud is too light? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's too light. Because his, you can actually see it.
Who are you to talk? It's men.
They just want to see girls' bodies all the time. I don't know. Maybe if I, yeah, maybe I. Okay, so
2.0 said how old are you?
I'm 30. I'm a character designer and teacher. Right now, you guys are watching me doing my practice, so I think that's more interesting to look at me just drawing random like gesture drawings all day. I get to learn something while I learn at the same time. So. I mean, a bit darker. So we can see, okay, there you go. I think that's where the problem was coming from. Now, we grab our color here. He said make it a bit higher, like that. And then we'll do like that. Okay, we can see it. Okay. Now, what we need to do is grab this. There. Let me say it like that, right?
Chris825 2.0 said AM19 call me hand emoji.
I am doing a study from Sam Does Arts. It's one of his videos that I'm trying to figure out. Fuck. Okay, there you go. I think it was just
also
the color.
teach. Why do you have her there? To keep the count up.
That is too, yes. Obviously, why not? No one's gonna look at no fucking cloud. No one's gonna want to look at that. And besides, she's there because we need to learn how to do skin. I got stumped somewhere, so we're rewatching this so I can apply what he learned there and put in there.
Artextric says fair enough.
Yeah.
Janae says I would.
Well, you would. Majority of people won't. Don't put yourself for a majority of people. That's what they learned. Never put what you into for a majority. So, why do people come in here and speak Spanish like I know Spanish? The fuck? Why do they do this? It was wild. It's like my target audience comes from America and the UK. I don't know why I'm getting people from like New Mexico.
Yes, I agree.
Like, what the fuck? It's weird. They don't even come from Spanish-speaking countries. The weirdest shit.
Janae says, oh, sorry, I'm writing again.
Yes, I
Got
agree.
completely past me.
You're funny. Forgot about that. Alright, so...
Lavenda TV
here.
Queen says, hey, teacher, I would love to commission you if you would like.
Hey teacher, I would love to commission you if you like. Hey, that's up to you. If you want me, if you commission me, I will do any type of character design work you want me to do. The link is in the bio if you still want to see the commission prices. Let me see.
Adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of the shadow colors. Again, taking your own
Oh shit! Hold up. Did I just figure out what he just did? Hold on, wait. Like this, and then let's put like a light here. Like this.
Chris825 2.0 said Tralala
and I have the money now.
Alright. You can go to the commission section where the Canva thing, and then you can look at it, and then you can send it to Cash App, and then I will work on it. The next day.
From now on.
I got you. I'll work on it the very next day, which is tomorrow. Because we have to do this because that's what most people came here for. So if you want to hold off till tomorrow, or you want to do it now, that's perfectly fine. You can purchase now. It's up to you. Whatever you choose to do is fine with me. Okay, so I think the problem here is that I think it was too light, so we need to make it darker.
Lavenda TV Queen says, will you work on it online?
Yeah,
Tomorrow and I'll do
I
it
always
today.
do.
Yes, I agree.
I always do my freelance work on live, so when people ask me, they feel enticed to buy. It's a great marketing strategy, I guess. It's not nothing new. A lot of people do it all the time, so it's not like it's anything brand new I'm doing.
Feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light.
Oop. Glaze that over the areas of the light. So he glazed it over the area.
But I just want to get that feeling down.
He
now,
gets.
If you zoom out, you can see
Let's just start small. I'm not even gonna go that crazy.
And during this stage,
so,
you can just basically use these colors
back it up,
as a
back it up,
launching
back it up,
point
back
for
it up, back it
actually
up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up.
so
There we go.
you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. We can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light.
Some areas in the
Lavender
light.
TV Queen says if bright or close, can I send you all of the
Laura's Smile
designs
Cafe
now
said
if it's
me.
okay?
Yeah, you can do that. You can send the bri. You'll send all to me. So he's
Bright
gonna
or close
glaze
says that you'll fave artist. Yeah.
like that, and then we'll. Let me. Do I have like a noise? Is it a noise? I have a noise. Okay, yeah. I use that. Okay. 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 Okay.
Lavender TV Queen says BRB.
Okay. Okay. Close this through. As you said. Like that. Okay. It looks too outlined. Okay. Okay.
Morris Small Cave says me.
Meep. Beep beep. Meep. Okay. And then he uses
Janae says me.
meep. Okay. This. Make it. I want to make a droplet. Make a soft brush and soft brush. Yeah. Right. Now I think the problem I'm making is outlines of this, and that's where the problem's coming in. How did he do that? Let me look closely at that again.
A little bit more into the orange. That might be a bit dark, so we're gonna just
Janae
adjust.
says it.
There we
Y
go.
to
So
K dot
this is
funny
starting to look a
cloud.
little bit more orange. Now we're gonna take our blending tool. Let's blend all of these edges out. Okay. Right now, I don't know where the hard and soft edges are exactly, but I just want to get that feeling down. So now if you zoom out, you can see you've got the colors of the cloud. And during this stage, we can just basically use these colors as a launching point for actually applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas.
Okay, did that already.
Areas of brightness. We can blend these edges out, and you can even
blend the edges out. Yeah, just blend the edges. That's the problem. That way. Blend. Okay, I see the line, but like, it's not.
take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas.
Okay, take the color, grab it, glaze over. He said glaze. So wait, is he using a soft brush? I'm probably using the Millie brush. So I'll use a Millie brush. Millie rock. Okay. And then I would use. No. Fuck. trying to get this. No, it's a different color.
Light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up, and again, if you want to add more highlights,
Soften the edges up.
colors,
Okay,
go back
so
in,
he.
add your highlight area.
So when he gets to the light part,
Use that round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out.
Blend
and
the
you can
edges.
even take some of these shadow colors.
Take the shadow colors.
Taking your own colors.
Okay.
Doing your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this,
okay. So back. So he says glaze the areas. So I'm gonna take this, make this big, maybe big. Okay, and I take this color. It's a glaze here, something like that. Just make sure.
okay, you're adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take.
I
some
swear
of
to
these
God, when I
shadow
figure this
colors.
shit
Again,
out.
Taking your own colors, stealing your own colors, and you can glaze that over
Painting
some of the
more.
areas in the light.
More like
As soon as
painting.
you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up, and again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own cutting tool, smooth that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, smooth that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool.
Well, how come when you do it, it doesn't? Okay, fuck me. All right, so. Okay. So, maybe it's my. I don't think so. Could be. Wait, is that the trick? Is that the trick? Are you fucking serious? Is that the trick? Hold up. I swear to God, if that's the trick, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Hold up. So if I grab this color, come up to this, grab this color, and glaze it over here, right? Grab that color, I guess, or maybe did it exactly like he glazed it like this, right? And then he took the blending tool, and then he just kind of.
Yes, I agree.
Like, did this? Holy shit! Is that how it works? Oh my God, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Hold up. I'll be annoyed, but hold on. Take the glazing brush again. Do it like this. Say it like that, right? And then take the blending tool, push it out like this, like that, and then pass it in white. Yeah. Fuck. Bro, what the fuck? That, and then take the. The fuck? What the hell? Okay. Oh, wait, I think I figured it out. I just gotta master it now. So, let me see.
Janae says no comments like that in here, everyone.
Let's see. What happened? Oh, too dark.
Chris 825 2.0 said AM back.
Okay. Take the.
Kyler VR said a bit revealing.
Let me see. Don't care. Let me see. Okay. So if I'm doing it more bigger, grab this and then like 1, 2, like this. And then I'll take the diffusion brush and then.
Lavenda TV Queen says, okay, I'm back.
Okay. Alright, gotcha. Like that. and then okay, and then we'll put. Let's get this blue. Oh, first thing, push. No. Right, and then. We're trying to do rendering for skin. Even though I'm doing a cloud, it still applies the same right now. Okay. I am doing render studies for skin, but right now I'm trying to figure out how to do this cloud so I can apply that to skin. I think I'm kind of understanding what I'm supposed to do now. So let me use a bigger brush because it's going to take forever to just do every little brush like this.
Lavenda TV Queen says, hey teacher, am I allowed to pay extra Gus BC and show how much I appreciate you?
I would recommend no, but then again, if you want to, go ahead.
Chili VR, he's not drawing her.
I don't want you to extra pay because you may not like what I do. So like I suggest you should extra pay if you want to as a tip if you like the final results of the work. So I wouldn't do that off top, but if you want to, you can. I have had clients do that before, which is cool of them. But if you're talking about like at the beginning, don't do that because you may not like the work I do for all I know. Because you may like the work I do now, but the work I do for you may not look that great, or you may not have a great experience. Not saying I'm going to give you a bad experience. I'll give you a great experience. I'm just saying I would hold off on doing that.
Queen says, teach, I have been your follower for your Ziggy Beloved.
I understand. It's just like I don't want you to overpay for something and then you're not too satisfied with the work. I'd rather you hold off, and then if you really like it, even though you're a follower of mine and stuff, and I appreciate that, but I want you to hold off and don't overpay something that you may not be too happy with. So I always say that to my clients all the time. You know, I want to give them a great experience when they're working with me, and all that stuff, because it's their money, and I don't want to like feel like they got undersold. They undersold for something, or oversold.
Janae says at Twisted CV, you see the clock. He's drawing that room.
Let's see. No.
Lavenda TV Queen says you have also drawn Maya before, and I still love it.
Aw. I'm happy that you did. The TV one, right? The TV OC, if I remember right. Let's see. Oop. Oh, I'm using the wrong one. Okay. I think I'm figuring it out. So as far as I see, it's a pattern over and over again. So let me see if I can. So if I erase this, go back to here, glaze up here, yes, and here and here and here and here and here and here, right? And then I take the, oh, let's put some variation there. We can just for the fuck. Okay, so we grab the tool here. Oh, well.
Lavenda TV Queen says that Jacob, no, this is her live.
Yeah, it's alive.
Janae says that Chili BRN VM.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, no, it's not big enough.
Yes, I agree.
Like that, and then like that, and then like this. And then we'll take like a white. Ooh, go higher. and then put it in the area like here and here. And here. And then probably even here. Right there. And then we'll take a diffusing brush and then how did we do it? Like that. And then we'll use even more. Where is that here? Yeah, mine's different. I'm not using his. I don't want to. I don't think it's the tool itself, it's the concept. Okay.
Fried chicken, poultry leg, said you have really good anatomy.
It's alright. It could be better. I say that a lot. It could be a lot better. Thank you. Okay. Now let's get this color, and I'm going to use a soft brush this time. It might help a little bit. Oh, my bad. Thank you. I keep doing that. Okay. They're not, I don't think they're hard edged enough. No, honestly. Painting is hard. Let me get the art brush. What part are you designing now? Right. I'm doing the cloud part to apply it to the skin later, but I'm just trying to understand it. Because it's mostly the creases itself, that 3D crease that we want to get. I'm going to apply upon on the skin. I kind of did it, but it's too faded, so I'm trying to, that's the point of doing this. Just get those creases, those 3D creases to look more believable. You get what I'm starting to say? I hope it's not causing too much confusion. Just trying to understand and apply. Then you take, they're not dark enough, maybe that's the problem. We're kind of like, I wouldn't say we're there, but I feel like we're slowly getting there. Like it's kind of close-ish. Not really, sort of, kind of, what? I don't know.
Fried chicken, poultry leg, said I'm just here cause I'm trying to learn anatomy. I'm just struggling with the pelvis area.
Right now we're not learning, we're doing color theory, sorry. And if you're trying to learn, you gotta become a student. To become a student, you have to be, you gotta go to the link in bio and do the buy me a coffee, become a student, then you can ask questions. Or so. Instructors is required. I get it, thanks. No problem. No problem, Jake. Jacob. Friend named Jacob.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe if I do it more like this, like, maybe if I do it more like that, and then maybe that might work. I do it my own way. That might just work. Oh shit, I think I figured out a way I can do it my own way. Okay, so I'm going to sample this, take the lasso tool like this, color it in like that, and then take our diffusing, our blending brush, and put it like this, and then I'll take our color, a soft brush, but use the I think it should be now. Okay. And then bam, right? And then we'll take the diffusing brush again. And then grab this color too. Oh, this might be our saving grace. Might.
Janae says it, braiding skin study.
Let me see. Oh, it's actually not looking too bad. It's like one of those trust the process situations, I think. It feels like that. Let's see. No, let's get another color. Right. And then we get
Yes, I agree.
let's see. Okay. All right. And then it's kind of working. All right, and then we'll get the white and put it in here.
Yes, I agree.
Mine's look a little too cartoony, to be honest, in my opinion. It doesn't look as realistic as it should. It looks too like a Disney-esque thing going on, if you guys can see it. I'm pretty sure some of you can probably see it that way. Get what I'm trying to say here. It doesn't look too realistic. It looks like something you've seen in Hercules. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, right? It looks too cartoony, in my opinion.
Roses and roses, baby.
Yeah, it looks like something from.
Roses,
It looks like something from Hercules. What the fuck is this? It looks like something from Hercules a little bit, in the sense, like the clouds and shit, from the Disney movie. I don't like it. It kind of makes me mad because I'm trying to get like a realism type thing going on, and I'm just kind of like, let's go the
Janae
distance.
says looks like something from Romance Anime.
Or something like that. A romance anime, probably. I don't know. It looks kind of weird.
Evangeline, small black square, asks hi.
Hello. And then we'll put more white. I think if we put more white, it'll be a little more believable at least. So let's put the white about here. Alright. Oh, more white. We need more like super white. We don't need this one. Alright, and then diffuse it. I don't know, mine is a little bit wanky. Wonky. It's too wonk. Maybe if I glaze it a little bit in some areas, like if I take our pen, glaze it a little bit, grab it there, and then we apply it onto some areas like this. Very nice and subtle.
Jolly says no, it looks realistic.
Does it? Okay, let me not. I'll put a poll. I'll put on a poll.
Mono said, "Teach, I
don't
think
want you
something is missing."
What do you think is missing? Oh, are you gonna say a mustache? So red means I'm doing okay job. Blue means it's absolutely wrong.
Janae says it jolly ANC or 3-5 high jolly.
Blue is absolutely wrong.
Jolly says realistic skin is very tricky to draw.
It is, especially if you want like that realistic anime look, like it's semi-realism. That's where it's really hard. Okay, some people say it's wrong. Some people say it's right. So far, just 2 out of the 43 of you, which is wild as fuck. But like 3 out of the 1. Okay, 3 says I'm doing okay. 1 says horrible. Okay.
Mono said what? No, how could you think that of me?
Yes, I agree.
Wow, only 4 people? Actually, come on, guys. There's 41 of y'all. You're guys scared to hit a button? Come on! It doesn't cost you a shit! Damn! Oh my god! Damn! Oh my god. I don't know how people like have like droves of people who follow them and listen to
Mono
them.
said he, you said it, not me.
I did say it. You're not wrong. Okay, 5 says I did fine. I think 2 or 1 said I did horrible. I don't know. You guys actually believe this looks realistic? I don't think this looks realistic. It looks cartoony compared to his. I want mine to look more like his.
Yes, I agree.
Like, if we zoom in closer, it looks like something from a cartoon. It's a completely different tech. Well, true.
Lavenda TV Queen says, hey, teach for some reason. It's not letting me pay.
Where are you going to? Are you using? What are you using? Go to. You gotta go to Cash App.
Had it before, now not so much.
Yeah, we had it for a split second, then it kind of went to the left. So at least you're honest. Let me see. The Cash App thing. You should be able.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, the Cash App thing's
Jolly
there.
says it looks like cartoonish, realistic skin angle.
Yeah, so I have to start over again. I don't like starting over and over again, but it's good practice. This is why I tell students all the time. I know it sucks to do practice because it's not fun. I think I had a student say to me, when I do practice, nothing's changing. I don't see a difference. That's the whole point of practice. You're not supposed to immediately see it. You're eventually going to see it, but you don't immediately see it, especially when you're first starting. Okay, so let me do it again. 1, 2. Well, no. Let's do what he did. So first, he got this.
Jolly says, yeah, but color practice drives me nuts.
I know. This is why we're doing this. So we can apply to this eventually. I'm trying. The reason why, this is why a lot of you've been probably asking the question. You said we were going to do VTubing model stuff.
Yes, I agree.
I'm trying to get that very professional look for VTubing models. So when I color them, they look professional. So this is why I've been kind of off away from the VTubing chibi models. But or so. Actually, quite frank, Fave, did you it was a VTubing model that you was commissioning me for, or is it like just a drawing? You tell me. I don't know which one is it. Let me see, like that. Like that. Push this in. All right. Now he says, grab this. I think he glazes it a little bit like that, and then. Okay, and then we'll grab the. Oh. Wait. So wait, he glazes it like this. He goes in, then he does like this, I think. Right? And then I take the.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, I think I just figured it out. I think I just figured it out, guys. So it does like this, glaze it, goes back. Oh, oh no. Glaze it again. There we go. Like that. And then I take the diffusing brush, pushes it like this to the far edge, so you can see the edge there. All right, and then we'll take the white, right? Oops, my bad. Take the white. Okay, bam. Then we take the diffusing brush again, and we push it away. And then we do it again. I think I'm getting it. Dab to make puffy clouds. Yeah, we can dab it. Let me see if that might work too. We can dab it. So we can, where's the brush? Right, and then we can take. No.
Yes, I agree.
Right, and then when I get the colors. Okay. Right, and then
Lavenda TV Queen says I forgot I made my Cash App when I was 16, so it's being stupid.
oh, okay. Maybe I have to update. You probably have to update it or something. Update the app.
Lavenda TV Queen says, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
Janae says it's a ultimate cloud.
Hold on, I'm kind of on the precipice of something. I think kind of getting it. It's kind of like a looting. It's like it's this weird thing where it, you know, when Goku was chasing the monkey on King Kai's planet. It's kind of feels like that. Bobo, I think it's Bubbles. I think it was Bubbles. Bubbles. I think his name was Bubbles. It feels like that to me. Let me see.
Yes, I agree.
Oh wait, I'm doing it again. Don't want to do that. So wait, he glazes it, right? Or yeah, he glazes it with a felt pen. I'll say a felt pen. Then he uses the blend tool. Let's get the white.
Yes, I agree.
Right there. Oh, that's too fucking. There we go. And then we grab. Just order PC graphics tablet. Cool.
Yes, I agree.
Let's get this blue felt.
Yes, I agree.
And then grab this.
Janae says a Chip Galaxy.
Yes, I agree.
I have an S9 tab. I guess it's some type of Samsung. hello for those who are coming in.
Janae says that chip cool. IFA one.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Use my own.
Janae says that chip really. Where I live, it's 900 bucks. Bay was 600.
Yes, I agree.
Soften some of these edges up. And again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own colors, go back in, add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to.
Yeah, when they make it sound so simple, but yet it doesn't work.
During this stage, especially these shadow colors. Again, taking your own colors, feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over.
Trying to do a study on coloring.
As you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up. And again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own colors, go back in, add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to be picking too many new colors during this stage, especially this detailing stage. Because if you start introducing more colors that haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to add more like foreign elements that you're going to have to work into the rest of the painting.
Oh. I think that's what I was doing without realizing it. Okay, let's go back. I think that's what I was doing wrong. Go back.
See, there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter.
Yes,
and
I
you can
agree.
use our round brush to start adding some highlights.
Janae says that chip, I just like the characters and how they sound.
And you can even take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges.
Okay, so he puts like this light here. He puts a light here.
Yes, I agree.
Janae says that chip, I was paying.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Why is it? Oh my god. Okay.
Janae says that chip you.
Okay. Okay. Man, I think he diffuses it with this one. Like that. Got that. We're on that shit. We're on that part. Now it's just the second part that eludes me.
Applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors. Again,
taking the shadow color. I'm gonna take the shadow color. I'm gonna use my own brush for this. Take the shadow color. Alright.
Own colors, feeling your own colors.
Janae says that chip, well, I was free with that, but I found a way to remove them.
Okay. Place it over here. Like that. Let's just say that.
Areas in the light. As soon as you do this, get your blending tool, soften some of these edges up. And again, if you want to add more highlights, take your own colors, go back.
Okay, go back again. Let's do it again. So he used a white. We did that. It's not that apparent for some odd reason, but
applying the details. Okay, so you can see there's some lighter portions here in the clouds. So we can take our color, we can move it up a bit in hue, make it a little bit lighter, and we can use our round brush to start adding some highlights, right? Some areas of brightness. You can blend these edges out, and you can even take some of these shadow colors, again, taking your own colors, feeling your own colors, and you can glaze that over some of the areas in the light. As soon as you do this,
So I take.
Janae says that Chip, no. You can disable ads for all apps.
Why does it always feel like a fucking okay?
Yes, I agree.
Janae says that Chip, yes. Lavenda TV Queen says bro Cash App is making me mad.
It's not working? You can use the PayPal if you like, but it's always that's more money, and I don't like using PayPal. Let me see here.
Lavenda TV Queen says I can't use PayPal.
You can't. Okay.
Janae says that Chip, it's DNs.
I'll wait for you to figure out how that's gonna be fixed. There's no rush, so whatever's plaguing your problem, I'm pretty sure it can be fixed soon. I mean, you may have to call customer service or something for Cash App. Okay, so we take the color, and then we apply the glaze here, and then do I just push with the like that? Yeah, that fucking white is just too. And then take that.
Yes, I agree. Yes,
your
I
blending
agree.
tool, soften some of these edges up. And again, if you want to add more highlights,
Janae
with your
says
own
that
colors,
Chip, I
go
can't
back
type
in,
it here.
add your highlights in there, right? You don't want to
Add your own highlights. So you grab the highlight, and then.
Kiyoshi Sato said yo.
What's going on, bro?
Yes, I agree.
Janae says that Themo_Otori Wonder Boy.
And then.
Kiyoshi Sato said how is it going, bro?
Alright, we're just doing a study. Color study, color light study. Trying to figure this out. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I did it again. I'm doing that shit again. And then. Okay, I'm getting frustrated. Getting frustrated.
Janae says that it's a cloud and skin study.
Okay, take 2 seconds. Let me think this through. Let's see.
be picking too many new colors during this stage, especially this detailing stage, because if you start introducing more colors that
Wait a second.
Corrupted_death song said art's looking amazing so far.
I wish it did. You trolling? And I'm not cut out for this art shit anymore. Okay, let's see.
Yes, I agree.
Lavenda TV Queen says, well, I'm so mad I tried calling but can't call till tomorrow. And I tried texting them.
Alright, so let's say Thursday? Wait, you said wait, she said oh, so mad. I tried calling, by the way, but
Rytroclose says that Elijah ignored him.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see. Can't call till tomorrow, and I tried texting them. Let's see.
Lavenda TV Queen says that Elijah bro what?
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
What? Okay. And then we'll do a grab this. I guess he likes work. I guess he likes work that's made by children. Because every video game that you play was made by grown people. Most cases. Crash Bandicoot, Last of Us, Spyro, Genshin Impact, God of War. Made by grown people, by the way.
Yes, I agree.
Kind of weird to say that.
Yes, I agree.
Your comic books, your movies, grown people.
Yes, I agree.
Shit, the dude who was who was dressed like Barney was a grown black man. That's shit. That's weird. The Wiggles was grown people. The Sesame Street cast is grown people. Why do people say stupid shit and don't realize, like, this applies back to me in some form?
Rytroclose says adults don't make stuffed teeth.
You're right, right? It's just kids. Kids just making all the shits up. You know that Jack Kirby and what's his name, Stan Lee made majority of your Marvel heroes. They were grown ass men at the time. Hope you know that. Okay. Well, but Ryan Reynolds, he's dressed like Deadpool. He's a grown ass man. Same thing as Hugh Jackman.
Yes, I agree.
You know, the dude who voiced Sonic is a grown man too. In the movies, in the video games.
Janae says okay, but he's hot.
But he's not. That's not a legitimate reason. Fuck. Grown idiot, by the way. Hardly anything that is made by kids is hardly mainstream at all.
Rytriclo says
Hardly.
Mono you riding again, lol.
I don't care.
Janae says it Rytriclo so she.
I don't care. Oh, he's mad because he probably made a complaint. So I made a point. I don't give a fuck.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see here. No, you're fine. The placement on this doesn't make much sense. So I put it right here. Like that. Mine always looks so cartoony-ish. Maybe, oh, you know what it is? Maybe it's because I didn't apply enough colors. Well, he did say if you add more colors, it's going to cause more trouble. So that might be it. No, I'm not going to do that.
Janae says that Bryce's Ricey Candor. Lavenda TV Queen says teacher's there anyway. I could talk to you.
We'll talk after stream. I'll send you a message. Still shit. What was a property IP that was made by a child? Does anyone know? What's a property IP that was made by a child?
Janae says Timu.
No. What? Wait, you're talking about the company? I'm talking about no, like a character or something. That's like mainstream. Or was mainstream. I can't think of one. Because majority of all stuff that you get and consume, whether it's anime, cartoons, movies, stuff is made by grown ass people. Like fuck, the woman who made Has Been Hotel was a grown ass woman too. I think of it now.
Rytriclo says it.
Yeah, I don't know. Alright. I'm gonna restart the stream real quick and finish this off. Be right back. Steady. This is a bitch ass. What was his name? Dark something? Dark Vader? Bitch ass. Let me see. That's probably his podcast says something. Let me see. I feel like something I'm doing wrong to a certain degree. Okay. Okay. So I kind of made mine look like a squunchy cloud.
I haven't been there before, right? Now you're starting to add more like foreign elements that
said,
you're
"Teacher
gonna
left,
have
so
to
I'm going
work
to
into
sleep.
the rest of the
Bye and
paint.
have a great
So
day."
my advice
Have a great night, bro.
for this stage is to kind of just work with the colors that you have, right? And make small changes. So if you do want to add a new color, let's say I want to add a little bit more of a pinkish color. I'm going to take the color that's already there and I'm going to just base that pinkish color off of that. So when I add it in, you can see it's not a huge departure from what we already have on the canvas, right? That pink can still sit in there. And
so what I'm saying, so you hit the color,
surroundings, and that's exactly
right?
what we want.
So if what he's saying is true, I hit the color, I go over here, like this. Let me see. Let's see if I can get a little bit of flowing. Like that. And I take some of that, and then I apply it to this? Is that how that works? It's pretty subtle, but it's not crazy. Okay. It's not subtle, but it's not crazy at the same time. I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird thing. I gotta practice this more often.
I'm going to take some more of the shadow color. Okay, we're going to add in more shadows. We're going to take some of these bluish, and then as we blend out some of these elements, you can really see the shape of the clouds start to come through, right? And there we go. There's a quick cross section of a cloud study, and you can take this and make it as detailed as you want or as simple as you want, right? This cloud could easily go in and become the background of a piece, or depending on your style, you can take some of these colors and start adding even more detail. Right, the next step here would be to, zoom in and start adding really small elements here. Just things that you might not even see if someone's scrolling past this piece on social media. But if you enjoy working in that style, this is the time to do it. This is the time for you to start adding smaller details and more refined elements. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. You can see this is a cloud, looks like a cloud, looks pretty good. If you guys want, again, you can take this file, take this piece, maybe shrink it down and try to finish the rest of the cloud based on the same kind of color method. It's going to be a lot of fun for you guys. But let's move on to our next demonstration. Here's some water. So I'm really jumping through our subjects here, and there's some quite challenging subjects as well. I know for a fact that clouds are not easy to paint. It's
says, "Welcome back,
easy to get them wrong, and
Hello.
water as well is not easy to paint.
Exfoliate
But
says, "Hey."
with this kind of rendering method that I love to
Hello.
do, it makes everything super, super simple. Squint our eyes once again. What's the most prominent color? It's this color right here in the center of this wave. And again, ask yourself, why is there a green, bright green color coming out of the water? Where is that coming from? Okay, so that bright green is occurring because there's an orange this wave, and some of that light is getting scattered in the water. It's passing through, and your eyes are picking up the photons. So that orange is mixing into the water. It's picking up some of the green colors in the water, and it's bringing it back out. And that orange is also combining with the color of the water to create this really pleasant, warm, limeish green. Right? So that's the process of asking yourself, like, what's going on here? You should always seek to understand your subject before you approach it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop down this very beautiful green color here, and we're going to start applying a secondary color. Now in this piece, I think we're going to use a darker green that's going to be a little bit more bluish in nature. Okay, that's going to be the shadow color of this wave. We have our two colors. Now I want to add some of this bluish color that you see on the left side. Again, that blue, ask yourself, why is that occurring? Oh, because of the ambient light in the sky, right? Quite simple. So I'm going to take that blue color, and now I'm going to start to glaze that over, just to combine some of the blue with the green that we already have underneath, right? And it gets a little bit more prominent as you move further away from the center. So there you go, there's some blue right there. And I'm once again stealing colors from myself and kind of just working these colors into each other. Now I'm going to take some of this dark green and just work it up into the light green. And I'm going to take the light green and work it down a little bit into that dark green. Now this transition here looks great, but I also want to look for some of the warmer colors in the water. So based on this original color that we have, okay, I think this section here is going to be a little bit more yellow. It's going to be a little bit brighter. So we're going to move towards the yellows, go up in terms of value, and maybe a little bit more saturated. You can see, and that orange is also combining with the color of the water to create this really pleasant, warm,
Lavenda TV Queen says, hey, I'm back.
Asking yourself,
Welcome back.
Like, what's going on here? You should always seek to understand your subject before you approach it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop down this very beautiful green color here, and we're going to start applying a secondary color. Now in this piece, I think we're going to use a darker green that's going to be a little bit more bluish in nature. Okay, that's going to be the shadow color of this wave. We have our two colors. Now I want to add some of this bluish color that you see on the left side. Again, that blue.
Okay.
You should always seek to understand your subject before you approach it.
Okay,
so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop down this very beautiful green color here, and we're going to start applying a secondary color. Now in this piece, I think we're going to use a darker green that's going to be a little bit more bluish in nature. Okay, that's going to be the shadow color of this wave. We have our two colors. Now I want to add some of this bluish color that you see.
Wait, okay. So I think so like this, like the.
Lavenda TV Queen says, bro, Cash App saying it's not letting me be seen, it's trying to protect me.
Yeah, that's weird. You need tomorrow, I think tomorrow you should call them and see what happens. Because if you're calling them now, you might be getting like India or something, depending on where you live. Like if you're doing it at like nighttime, it's best to do it tomorrow in like more in the morning or the afternoon time. If it was nighttime, you're gonna get like India. So I would just hold off till tomorrow.
Lavenda TV Queen says okay.
Yeah, because they tend to do that. Like all companies that usually US when it passes a certain time, I think past what 4 p.m., 5 p.m. They put all their stuff with their customer service to India. What is the name of the brush? It's all in all the brushes I'm using is all default.
Lavenda TV Queen says, but I will pay you. I will find a way.
Don't worry, it's okay. Just try to figure that out, and then there's no rush. I'm always gonna be here anyway, so it's not gonna go anywhere. Let me see.
On the left side. Again, that blue, ask yourself, why is that occurring? Oh, because of the ambient light in the sky, right? Quite simple. So I'm going to take that blue color, and now I'm going to start to glaze that over, just to combine some of the blue
that
with
blue
the green
color and glaze that over. Okay, let's grab some blue. Grab the blue, and then see where that takes us. A little too big. Okay. Wait, these are glazed? Oh shit! Stupid me. I did that. Stupid. My bad. Oops.
Already have underneath, right? And it gets a little bit more prominent as you move further away from the center. So there you go, there's some blue right there. And I'm once again stealing colors from myself and kind of just working these colors into each other. Now I'm going to take some of this dark green and just work it up into the light green. And I'm going to take the light green and work it down a little bit into that dark green. Now this transition here looks great, but I also want to look for some of the warmer colors in the water. So based on this original color that we have, okay, I think this section here is going to be a little bit more yellow. It's going to be a little bit brighter. So we're going to move towards the yellows, go up in terms of the value, and maybe a little bit more saturated. You can see if that works. And I feel like that's still too green. So we're going to move even further into this orange yellow. And apply that again. I think that looks a lot better. So we're going to make it brighter, apply some of that here, and then use some of the green to kind of go back over it. Now just to kind of cap off this wave, I'm going to add some of the blue into the shadows here, and I'm going to use a very bright yellow color for the tip of the wave that's being hit by the sunlight. I'm going to select this color for the wave, move it up higher, get it even lighter in value, just to kind of get that sense of the light piercing through this layer of water like that. Now blend some of these elements as you go, and there you go. You can see the water starting to really take shape. Now I'm going to start to just soften these edges up, really blend these elements out, adding in some airbrush colors here and kind of softening up the shadows at the bottom here as well. And of course there's some more blue on the water. And now you see you've got all the right colors down. We just don't have the right textures down, right? And this is what takes us to our final stage of the painting, where we don't have to worry about colors as much anymore. Instead, we're thinking a little bit more now about, you know, the textures that we're applying and kind of the visual elements of a wave, right? So now I can start dabbling on some of these texture elements. I can start to really work with the colors that we've already laid down to kind of finalize the look of the piece. Again, this is also why I love to work in this way, because if you were working on the fine textures of this piece while also searching for the colors of this piece, you're going to have a really hard time. You're going to be working essentially in extra hard difficulty. But you see here, if you're able to just lay down the right colors, get a good foundation going, you can really take things one step at a time, and it becomes so much easier, right? So you can see how I'm working these elements in. I'm using a brush that's giving me a harder edge, and with that, you know, I can start applying some of these foam textures on the surface of the water. You can see some of these blue elements here, these blue foamy elements, and going in with a texture brush. Obviously I'm working very fast, but as I cut back into these shades, you can see we're really getting that visual identity of water, right? And this is a very, very simple rendering. It just goes to show that if you can manage to select the right colors, get the right colors from the get-go, you know, nothing is impossible for you to render. So just before we finalize, I'm going to add in some of these highlight elements that really kind of sell the texture of water. I'm going to bring some of it over to the right side as well, add some more down here. We can kind of reduce some of these elements back a little bit, make them a little bit more transparent, and there you go. You know, there you've got a nicely rendered wave of water, right? And you guys can see that this kind of method of starting out with the two main colors, finding the medium colors, finding the smaller colors, working from this big down to small, kind of connecting these colors, it really allows you to paint anything, right? So we've got water, we've got clouds, and we've got portraits. You know, basically anything that you could possibly think of, you can draw with this same method. And this is, it's worked for me. And this is also what's allowed me to stylize my colors relatively effectively. So now we're going to take this final demonstration here. This is going to be clothing. Now, clothing, I know, scares a lot of people. It can be quite challenging and all that. It's kind of, you don't really know where to start, right? But for this piece, you know, we're going to try to break it down as simply as possible. Now, the main color, the primary color, is going to be the light color. It's going to be this white fabric being washed in this golden sunlight. It's going to be really warm. And the shadows are going to consist of a combination of an orange bounce light and a blue ambient
Oh, that
light.
sucks.
So it's going to be a little bit purplish, kind of a purplish blue. The
You don't even need art school.
purplish blue is going to be quite desaturated and not too dark. Okay, so we're going to take that color, apply it onto the areas where we see shadow. So there's a fold right here, there's a fold kind of leading down right here. There's going to be a fold right here, one cutting down like so, and one more bringing this all the way down. Now it doesn't have to be one-to-one. Usually when I draw clothing, it's not one-to-one because there's just way too much detail to be able to capture effectively. But this is kind of the gist of it, right? You've got light, you've got shadow. It's starting to kind of look like clothing folds, but we're not quite there yet. So now what I'm going to do is I just want to kind of solidify the texture of the cloth, which means I'm going to start applying my blending tool. So we're going to take some of these soft edges, okay, we're just going to soften that out. We're
I don't know who that is.
The color. I'm more so trying to figure out the texture of this cloth, like so. I'm going to soften this edge up top on the shoulder, soften this edge right here. And I'm going to take the original light color and kind of just brush back into some of these over softened areas. Okay, we're just going to add a little bit more light here, soften some of these edges up like so. Now this is pretty good. Once you figure out the hard and soft edges, you know, it's starting to take on this appearance of cloth. I usually try to do this for clothing because clothing is so much more about the texture of the material than the actual colors themselves. But that's not to say colors are not important either. So this is what we've got so far. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding some other colors into the mix. So we're going to take the original color, okay, and there's going to be a bounce, like kind of a warmer orangish color in some of these creases. So I'm going to try to apply that. Okay, that was a bit more saturated than I wanted. Just play around with this until you find something that you feel looks right. I just want to add some of that orangish color in there, a little bit here as well. Now this is a little bit more stylized, so it's not going to be a one-to-one. Usually, if you do a lot of colored paintings, you're going to start to realize that your brain naturally gravitates towards certain types of colors. I've seen a lot of artists who like to work super desaturated, and I've also seen a lot of artists who work with extremely vibrant colors. Everyone's a little bit different in that way, and it's up to you to figure out, you know, kind of what is your color fingerprint. It's almost like a filter that you apply to a photo, but your brain just does it automatically. It's pretty cool. Now I know that for me, my personal color filter is a warm orangish kind of hue shift, and it also includes a little bit of a saturation bump. That's just kind of how I see things, kind of how I like to see things. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking some of the original colors, okay, some of the colors that we've already put down, and I'm bringing them into different parts of the painting. Just like that, coming into the fabric here and blending out the soft edges as you go. Now the next thing I want to do is I'm going to add an even brighter kind of highlight color on the clothing, right? Because this is kind of a silky material. There's going to be a slightly lighter highlight area than what you might find on like a cotton shirt. So here we're just going to drag this highlight color down and very carefully soften some of these edges up and blend it out. And then we can take the original color and kind of cut back into it, give it a little bit more form, just like so, and bring this highlight down here just along the ridges of the folds. Now for the most part I feel like this is pretty solid. Now I do want to desaturate some of these purplish areas and make them a little bit more bluish, right? So we're adding in some of these final touches. This is a very subtle gray color that we're applying into the purple areas here. I'm going to add maybe a slightly tealish color here towards the bottom, just like that. You know, there's a bit of kind of fading off of the light as you get to the bottom, like so. And that's pretty good. Now we're just going to add in some of these smaller highlights, some smaller details here. You can really render this all day and just get lost in it, but we're going to try to keep it as quick as possible. There's going to be some light colors here in the back, some light colors right here, more shadows along
Wait,
this ridge.
this is not the skin one I was looking for. What was this one? Fuck me. I made a mistake on that one. What happened? So wait, but no. Let's one painting textures. Painting textures will be important, but skin tutorial. X that out. Hold on.
Person has a slightly different base color on their skin. But here's something to know, okay? So if you take your attention over to the top right corner where I have my color palette, now if you look on this hue spectrum, most people are going to fall between the yellow and the red range, okay? So this is the general skin color range for at least people in real life. Now, if you're doing like sci-fi characters, they might extend all the way beyond that. But I'm talking about real life. People in real life sit between yellow and red. So that's important to know
Yellow
because depending on the
red.
person, their skin might have a shift towards a yellowish hue or towards a magenta hue. Now, I think by looking at these four images, you can kind of tell who has a more yellowish hue and who has a more magenta hue. So the first image here on the left, very pale person, skin comes across as very pinkish, very red hue shifted. The second portrait here, you can see her skin comes off a little bit more yellowish hue shifted, right? And then when you get into darker skin tones, there's still the same level of variation. So for example, he sits a little bit more towards the orange yellowish hue. And on the far right here, we have someone who sits a little bit more towards the magenta side. Okay, so that's something that you want to pay attention to. Now, obviously something else to pay attention to, which I'm sure you guys are already aware of, is the actual value of the skin. You know, how light or how dark is the skin, right? That value coupled with the hue shift of the skin is how you get a person's base color. It's very simple. So knowing this, we can now try a fun exercise. You can do this with me, and that is to try to find the base color of each and every one of these portraits. So essentially, we're just going to ignore the strong lights and the strong shadows. We're just going to try to distill the color of this person's skin down to its very pure local color. Now, this exercise not only helps you practice seeing different shades and values of skin, it also helps you learn how to simplify this process of understanding the color of skin. So for the first image, this feel like matches pretty closely, maybe a little bit more desaturated, something like that. That gives me the base color of his skin. Now for the second image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my hue slider a little bit over towards the yellows. We're going to find a color that's a little bit more saturated, a little bit darker in terms of the values, and I think something like that represents the base color of her skin. Now for our third image, we're going to go towards the oranges. Okay, it's going to be just between, I think, yellow and red. We're going to move our color picker down towards the center here. We're going to get a nice neutral brown color, and I think that represents the color of his skin. Now we're going to move down towards the reds for our fourth portrait.
Too bad, that's not for you. This is for me.
Further down, maybe something like that. Okay, and now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 distilled colors based on each and one of these images. So I hope you can kind of see the logic that I was applying here, right? We're just moving up and down on the value scale, and we're moving up and down here on the hue slider as well, based on how much yellow or red shift is in a person's skin. So every time you look at a portrait, okay, try to think about this because every single person has a slightly different shade of skin. You can never apply the same thing to everybody. Now I also have some notes here that I think are pretty important to keep in mind. So generally, okay, I'm going to use my eyedropper tool here as well to help you kind of visualize it. Lighter colors tend to be a little bit less saturated, whereas darker colors on skin tend to be more saturated. So that means the horizontal movement of your color picker. Okay, so as you get lighter, you're going to be towards the less saturated side. As you get darker, you're going to be towards the more saturated side. Okay, so I'm going to use my eyedropper tool here, and you can see this is our light color, a little bit darker. See how it moves towards the right? A little bit darker. See how it keeps moving towards the right? And then a little bit darker. It stays towards the right. Now you can see this type of movement of the color picker on individual portraits as well. So let's take the eyedropper tool, okay? So we're gonna select the light color here, and you can notice where that color picker is. And then as you move darker, see how it shifts towards the right, right? It goes down kind of diagonally. Same thing over here. You can see on the forehead area, for example, lighter, darker, lighter, darker. There's a slight slanted diagonal movement. Now same here as well, lighter versus darker, lighter versus darker. You see that diagonal movement there of the color picker, just like that. Now, lighter, darker, lighter, darker, lighter, darker. You see the same movement here. So again, just something to keep in mind, okay? This is why a lot of beginners, when they draw darker skinned characters and they use the same desaturated color, it just comes out as looking dead and, you know, uninteresting and gray. But when you just move this slider straight up with desaturation here, it actually works as a skin color. So you got to remember, when you move down in the
Jacob B
value range,
says,
move
"Who's
over
this
to
guy?"
become more saturated, and that's how you get a more
Oh, that's Sam Does Art.
looking, darker
You can look him
skin
up on
color.
YouTube.
Now, here's another set of examples of some more things that I want to talk about in this video, and that is these three concepts of tone, luster, and form. So tone we've already touched on in the first section. It's just going to be made up of the value and the hue of the skin. Now, luster and form are also two very important aspects when it comes to rendering skin for your characters. So let's talk about luster. Okay, luster just means how reflective, how shiny a surface is. And depending on the texture of your character's skin or the, you know, kind of look that you're going for, you might get less or more luster. So for example, this image here on the left, you're getting a lot less luster on the skin. It's a much more matted looking surface. The reason for that is we don't have any super harsh highlights. Now, if we shift our attention over to this portrait on the right, you can see there's a lot more sense of luster, right? It gives the skin a more oily kind of feel. So again, something to keep in mind if you want your character to appear as though there's some oil on their skin, or maybe their skin is slightly wet. Perhaps it's from sweat. So it's something you can use to your advantage, and when you're rendering, definitely pay attention to how much luster is actually on the person's skin. Now, just as a quick example, you can see if I apply a little bit of highlights to this matted portrait, suddenly she looks a lot more, you know, glistening and oily. So there you go, luster, something to pay attention to. You can also see that on this portrait over here, right? Look at that highlight on the nose, right? There's quite a bit of luster on that skin. And that's also something that we're going to touch on as we move into our demonstrations, because on darker skin, you tend to get a lot more reflection. Now let's move over to form, okay? Talking about the form of the skin. Now, when I'm referring to form, I'm mostly talking about wrinkles, valleys, and ridges. So if you compare these two portraits here, you can see there is a great variation in terms of their form. The skin over here transitions very smoothly across the various planes of the face, whereas the skin over here, you can see, has many ridges, many valleys, and as a result, you're getting a lot of hard edges. So form is really important in the sense that if you want somebody to look a little bit more aged, a little bit more weathered, you're going to apply hard edges to some of these areas where you don't see hard edges on a more smooth face. So those are basically the main themes to go over today, the main themes that I've distilled through, you know, I don't know how many years of drawing skin now. But honestly, if you get all of those aspects right, you'll be fine. It is really, really simple. It's genuinely not as complicated as people make it seem. And I'm going to break it down into a couple of simple steps now for our demonstrations. With that being said, let's jump right into the first one. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find a color, a base color that kind of represents the light section of the skin. Now, for this portrait here, let's just take a look on the hue slider. I feel like she shifts a little bit more towards the yellow color range. So we're going to move our hue slider a little bit more towards the yellow. And the skin is light, so value-wise, we're going to be up here. Now, I am paying attention to the light value, okay? So I want to make sure the light value matches up with the reference. And probably move it a little bit higher even. Just like that. I think that works out pretty good. So once you find your base color here, in this case it's the base color for the light.
Oh, we got that. Oh, we got that pretty close. I'm pretty close to this.
I want you to use your brush without pressure opacity for this.
Let's go.
If you have pressure opacity,
awesome.
You're going to create a bunch of like lightness and darkness, and we don't want that right now. Okay, we want to keep it simple. Now, this first example that we've chosen is relatively simple. The lighting scenario is very soft, and because of that, we're getting very few hard edges on the skin. So what this means is we have a couple of different ways that we can go about it, right? You can use paying attention to the light value, okay? So I want to make sure the light value matches up with the reference.
That's Sam Does Art. You can go check him out on YouTube.
Just like that. I think that works out pretty good. So once you find your base color here, in this case it's the base color for the light, we're going to just apply it to the character like that. Okay, it's going to be flat. I want you to use your brush without pressure opacity for this, because if you have pressure opacity right now, you're going to create a bunch of like lightness and darkness, and we don't want that right now, okay? We want to keep it simple. Now, this first example that we've chosen is relatively simple. The lighting scenario is very soft, and because of that, we're getting very few hard edges on the skin. So what this means is we have a couple of different ways that we can go about it, right? You can use the same round brush create a hard edge and apply a dark shadow like that, or you can use an airbrush and do something more like that. Depends on your personal preference, but for the sake of simplicity of this tutorial, we're going to use a hard edge round brush and just blend it out. So the next thing that I'm looking for are areas where there's shadow. Okay, so if you get really confused and you're not really sure where the shadows fall, where the light is,
in a
take
direction.
a step back and
Let's
kind
see.
of squint your eyes. Okay, see if you can find any dark sections. Now, for me, if I just take a step back, squint my eyes, I see that there's shadows on the sides of the nose, a little bit under the eyebrow on the inside of the brow ridge, a little bit under the eyes, not too much, but a lot more here on the side of the face. Again, this is because the light is shining straight on the character. Okay, just be aware of where the light source is coming from, what type of light source it is, and whether it or not it's creating any hard or soft edges. Okay, so we're going to take a slightly darker shadow color. Now, usually when
Slightly
I move towards
darker.
the shadows, I prefer to shift my hue just a little bit, just to create some variation. Depending on the environment that your character's in, the hue might shift towards the greens or towards the reds. Okay, just go on a case-by-case basis here. Now, I think for this one, we can go a little bit more towards, I want to say the reds because there seems to be a lot more of a brown tone here.
Okay.
But then at the same time, there's also areas where you see a bit of green. This is where rendering gets really tricky, but we're just going to stick towards the reds here. Let's say maybe something like this. Okay, I'm using a hard.
So he didn't saturate it that much. So what he did, okay, so take the color, go to the base, push this a little bit, push the saturation about here, but I think he went lower. That's the most biggest jump out of the two. So if I have this, so the light, he's putting the shadow here, so the light's coming here. I'll do the opposite end, so I'll do it this way, like this. Since he said don't use any pressure sensitivity, I'll just use my lasso tool just to speed up the process here. So, like that, light's coming in like this, and then a little bit of light will be here. Because if the light's coming this way, then it'll be like that. Got it. There we go. So the light's coming this way. I think there'll be some shadow about here, right around the crotch area, right here. I would believe, but not as strong, I would assume. So like here, put it about here. I think there will be a bit of a shadow here. I think, I'm not totally sure. So, closer here, right about here. So, if the shadow's there, oh, you know what? Hold up. Gotcha. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get something real quick. I'll even use this as an example as well. Might as well throw this in here as well. And I'll even use the other dude. Let me see, where is it? You can use this as well. You can use this. And then go back. Where is he? There he is. Okay. Alright, so we have, are you trying to do shot under the, no. Well, technically, yeah, you're not wrong.
Here, put some gray into this crevice here, just like that. Get some color transition on the ridge right here. And there we go. You know, there's a quick and simple render of a piece of clothing where you're going to find much, much more subtle colors. But nonetheless, they're still very, very important colors. Okay, so there's a little render of a shoulder. This one probably took the longest because clothing is very complex. But yeah, guys, there's our 5 examples and some of the queries from today's video. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed this process and hope you got something valuable out of this video, whether it be rendering clothing or water or good old clouds. And that does it for
What the
our
fuck?
August tutorial on rendering with colors. So this should be a really
What
good
the hell?
transition and follow-up to our last tutorial where we talked about some of the theories around colors. And feel free to take some of the reference images in this file.
Motherfucker! Try to play the other video. What are you doing?
Roses, baby.
Thank you, Moose, for sending the X Rose.
That was weird.
Very easy to
If you want to get talking rights, you can just send a heart me. It's a equivalent of a rose, and you get to hear yourself talk when you send a comment.
Lighten that up a little bit. Okay, bring the saturation up, lighten it up, something like that. Okay, now we're going to use this new color. We're going to apply the shadows here under the hair. Again, very, very soft edges on these shadows. So we're going to have to blend a lot of these areas out. Now, a little bit of shadow just under the brow ridge here, a little bit of shadow just under the eye, and a little bit of shadow on the sides of the nose. You're also going to see shadow on the bottom side of the nose as well. Again, more shadow here on the other side. And it seems like you're also going to get a bit of shadow here just under the lip, and this side of the neck will be, for the most part, in shadow. Again, it's a very, very front-on kind of lighting scenario, so the shadow sections aren't super apparent, and it is very soft. Now, the next step we're going to do is we're going to blend it out. Now, in this specific case where the skin is so soft and matted, you could do this process with an airbrush, okay? But for me, I prefer the confidence and the certainty of the hard edge
Round brush.
references. And
Wait,
give this
what?
a shot for yourself. Post it in the Discord.
Motherfucker!
Let me know, tag me. I want to see them. And once again, thank you guys so much. What's up, guys? Welcome to our tutorial for the month of August.
What the hell? Why does it keep playing that one? That's fucking weird. Don't know why it keeps doing that.
I think to me the benefit of this step is that it really shows you the light and the shadow. Okay, so if something doesn't make sense, it's going to stand out. Whereas with an airbrush, you know, it seems to be a little bit more forgiving, and you can actually make a lot of mistakes.
Wait, what
So
brush
what
did
I'm
he
doing here
use?
now is I'm using the edge round brush. I think to me the benefit of this step is shadow here on the other side. And it seems like you're also going to get a bit of shadow here just under the lip, and this side of the neck will be, for the most part, in shadow. Again, it's a very, very front-on kind of lighting scenario, so the shadow sections aren't super apparent, and it is very soft. Now, the next step we're going to do is we're going to blend it out. Now, in this specific case where the skin is so soft and matted, you could do this process with an airbrush, okay? But for me, I prefer the confidence and the certainty of the hard edge round brush. I think to me the
Hard
benefit of
edge
this step
round
is that it really shows you the light and the shadow, okay? So if something doesn't make sense, it's going to stand out. Whereas with an airbrush, you know, it seems to be a little bit more forgiving, and you can actually make a lot of mistakes. So what I'm doing here now is I'm using the blending brush and just very, very softly working in the shadows here. You know, there's very few hard edges in this.
Actually, I want to use it.
It's a pretty simple lighting scenario to render.
Let me see if I can use the
challenging. So softening up all of these edges
blur.
here. You really don't see too many hard edges on the skin. Now we're gonna just again soften up this edge here, soften up the edges of the lips, soften up the bottom of the chin. Just kind of gently go over these edges with your blending brush. And any blending brush will do, you know, whichever one is you're most comfortable with. Again, soften up some of these edges up here with the under the hair with the ambient occlusion, just like that. Okay, now we have pretty convincing texture
so
for skin, right?
should I just use
So
the other
after this, after you've done this, okay, the next step I'm gonna do, let me just add in a little bit of anatomy to the neck here, and right there, okay, soften that up. Okay, that's better. The bare neck was bothering me. Anyways, once you get to this phase, okay, what I like to do is, you know, just take a step back again, assess your current situation, and see if it looks right. Now, for me, I think this looks pretty good, okay? Now, the next step, usually what I like to do is I like to add in a separate layer. I keep these all in separate layers because, you know, if you do make a mistake, it's easy to go back, you know, easy to erase things and redo things. But new separate layer, here what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of observe, you know, the cool and warm tones on the skin. Generally, and you're gonna see this a lot in my art, the skin towards the forehead and the skin towards, the chin as well as the neck tends to be a little bit cooler in tone compared to the skin on the nose as well as on the cheeks. And I also like to add a bit of warmth to the tip of the ears as well, because that's also an area where you might see a little bit more of the blood vessels. So we're going to take the original color. You can see right now the character looks kind of dead, right?
Okay.
And that's because we haven't added in our local color. So we're going to take that original color, we're going to shift a little bit more towards the red again. Because
Wait. Did you take him from the shadow or from the actual base color? That's what I want to know. That's why I want to know. Is it from the shadow or the base color itself?
Blush. The character looks good warmth to the tip of the ears as well, because that's also an area where you might see a little bit more of the blood vessels. So we're going to take the original color. You can see right now the character looks kind of warmth to the tip of the ears as well, because that's also an area where you might see a little bit more of the blood vessels. So we're going to take the original color. You can see right now the character looks kind of dead, right?
The original color. So it's from the actual base color itself. Got it. So, okay.
Color rendering. So if you watched the previous tutorial,
oh my god, dude, that is fucking annoying. Yo,
concepts and themes behind colors. I'm sure it thoroughly.
Bro, I'm going to fucking.
Confused a lot of you guys, but don't worry. Today we're going to be putting a lot of those theories and that's because actual practice. More specifically, I want to show you guys exactly the way.
I don't know why he keeps doing that stupid shit. It's pissing me off now.
We haven't added in our local color, so we're going to take that original color. We're going to shift a little bit more towards the red again because
that's it. 1414. 1414. I remember that 1414. It was 1414. 1414.
Cheeks are a little bit more blushed, and just move the value slider down a little bit. Okay, so now.
Okay, now I can focus without some bullshit happening.
I take an airbrush more towards the original color. You can see right now the character looks kind of dead, right? And that's because we haven't added in our local color. So we're going to take that original color. We're going to shift a little bit more towards the red again because the cheeks are a little bit more blushed, and just move the value slider down a little bit. Okay, so now at
the value slider down a little to this. Okay, so we hit the base color, go up, hit a little bit more red, a little bit toward because we're going straight red. Then over here a little bit here, and then more down here. I will bring a little bit up. There we go. All right. Okay, so this is our surface scattering, I think.
This stage, what I like to do is I take an airbrush, okay, and make sure that layer is on a clipping mask, just like that. Now, using that airbrush, we're applying a slight pinkish kind of hue shift to the middle section of the face.
Okay.
Just like that. There's a little bit on the forehead there. See it mostly in the nose, a little bit on the cheeks, and, I'm going to apply a little bit on the ears. That's just my stylistic preference. Maybe add a little bit more darker kind of value there. I'm personally a big fan of this stage because it really just brings your character to life. Now, we're going to shift our original color over a little bit towards the grays and kind of desaturate this chin area here and desaturate the forehead just a little bit, okay, just to create some more variation. And then using the more orange color, okay, I'm going to add in some color.
Noob400 said, Teach, I've sent you something.
Color towards the collarbone as well, because again, you see that color variation right there. So these are the small things that you want to pay attention to right now. So you can see, okay, this is before.
Can't look at it right now, but I'll look at it.
Before, after. See how some local colors can just do absolute wonders for your rendering? Now I'm going to just erase a little bit of it here because it did kind of mask some of the shadows that I want to keep. Now, because the skin on this character here is very matted, there's very few highlights.
Now, wait, this is where I put that, and then I wonder if I use the painterly brush render. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Give it more of a painterly look. Kind of like that. Very cool. like the painterly look. I don't like it when it looks super plastic. That shit pisses me off. It looks super plastic. Okay. So I think okay. Fuck. Okay.
Reflections that we really have to go over. So, starting up a new layer now, let's select the color on the nose. Okay, now we're going to try to apply a very subtle highlight to some of these areas. Okay, usually, you make your highlights a little bit more apparent, but for matted skin, your highlights have to be very subtle. So, we're going to take a bright, cooler, yellowish color. Oops, I was on the airbrush. There we go. Okay, I'm going to apply that just on the bridge of the nose, and then cooler, brighter color here just on the tip of the nose. Now, the next step is we're going to just softly blend this out, blend out the tip a little bit as well. And that looks pretty good. The nose is not overly shiny, but you do see the highlight there, so you can get a sense of the form. Now, we're going to go into the creases just between the eye and the nose. And if you guys have watched Arcane or seen the art from Arcane, they really accentuate this part right here. Again, on this portrait, it's very soft because the skin is more matted. So taking that, just blending that out, okay? Very, very soft, but nonetheless, it's still there. I'm going to take that, blend that out. Now, as always, as you're watching this video, I do recommend that you, step by step, try to follow along with me and try to retain as much of this information as you can. Okay, I'm trying to go as slow as possible.
Thank you.
Step by step, we're going to get to a nice final result. So, the next thing that we're going to do is apply a
Thank
little
you,
bit
Fave
more
Artist, for sending 10x
very, very
TikTok.
soft. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
don't
I
overdo it.
appreciate
Very,
it.
very softly blend it out, blend it out. There we go. A little bit of highlight here on the neck area, just like that. A little bit of highlight over here. Again, softly blend that out, blend that out. So before, after, before, after, before, after. It just gives your character a little bit more form, gives their skin a little bit more texture. Now you can also take the lips, okay, just find a more red shifted color, darker in terms of values. Use your airbrush, fill that in just like that. Okay, so you don't leave that area completely empty. And again, depending on the luster of the lips, you might get harder or softer highlights. In this case, the highlights are kind of neutral. I would say somewhere between hard and soft. So I'm gonna just
Thank you,
soften
Dave. I
this
appreciate it.
up, blend it out a little bit, but maintain a little bit of hard edge here as well. Just like that.
Jacob,
and then
he
once
says
I'm done
this
with
guy
all of
called it.
this, this is where
Sam
I
does
like
arts.
to start adding in kind of the final touches in terms of the detail. And the first thing to do is find the darkest sections, okay? And usually
Sam
on the
does
skin,
arts.
the darkest sections are going to be the nostrils. You can see just how dark that is compared to the rest of the face, right? So
Jacob B says
select a dark
appreciate it.
color here, okay? And using a smaller brush now, we're going to go into the nostrils
No problem, bro.
here. Let me just turn down the original sketch layer so you guys can see this better. But nostril right there, nostril right there. And in some of the areas just around the very darkest sections of the face, we can add another layer of shadow, okay? So this is something that I like to do is I like to layer my shadows and my highlights. You notice how we added in one layer of shadow, okay? And then on the lighter section of the face, we added in another layer of even lighter highlights, okay? So now on the shadow section of the face, we're adding in a layer of even darker shadows. So it's similar to how I explained it in my YouTube video talking about drawing skin. You start with 2 colors, you multiply to 4 colors, and if you want to get even more detailed, you can start adding in an infinite number of colors for the skin. There's really not too many hard edges here that I can see. Maybe a little hard edge here just under the nose, but again, I'm going to soften the other side of that edge up. A hard edge here on this side of the nose as well. Soften that up, okay? And then aside from this, maybe there's a bit of ambient occlusion here on the side of the neck. And I don't really see too many other parts where, you're going to need a really dark color for this specific portrait. Aside from maybe the corners of the eyebrows and the corners of the mouth, but again, these are not the main focus areas for us today. We're just trying to render some nice looking skin. So There we go. Now, just to walk through this process again, start off with one simple base color representing the light, okay? And then we're gonna apply the shadow, okay? Hard edges, and then you blend it out. Next thing we're gonna do, local colors. Okay, so this gives your flesh a little bit more of a fleshy feel. The next step after that is to apply the even lighter highlights and the even darker shadows. Okay, maybe apply some more local colors on the lips. Now, to add some final touches to this piece, I'm gonna just start up a new layer, create a clipping mask, and I'm gonna set this layer to multiply. Okay, so you're gonna notice there are some freckles on the skin here. And for me, I like to use this scatter brush on a multiply layer with a relatively desaturated kind of brown color, and I kind of just dab a little bit of texture on there. Okay, and it doesn't have to look completely 100% accurate. You just want to get this texture down. So now after that, I use my eraser, kind of cut back into it, keeping some of the areas where you see a little bit more.
So if I take like
areas where it's not really necessary. So coming down to the cheeks, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna erase away some of these.
Wait, go back. Flesh
a little bit, create a clipping mask, and I'm gonna set this layer to multiply. Okay, so you're gonna notice there are some freckles on the skin here. And for me, I like to use this scatter brush on a multiply layer with a relatively desaturated kind of brown color, and I kind of just dab a little bit of texture on there. Okay, and it doesn't have to look completely 100% accurate. You just want to get this texture down. So now after that, I use my eraser, kind of cut back into it, keeping some of the areas where you see a little bit more and removing some of the areas where it's not really necessary. So coming down to the cheeks, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna erase away some of these freckles on the sides because you don't really see much there. And just like that, you have some very simple and easy freckles that you can apply to skin. Usually after doing all this, what I do is I group all of this together, okay? I'll duplicate the group so I have a copy of it, and then I'll merge that copy. Merge group. There we go. So now we have a copy of the entire skin render all on a single layer. And what this allows me to do is I can now adjust saturation, right? I can adjust the hue if I want to be more pink shifted, more yellow shifted. I can adjust things like the curves, image adjustment curves. This is a really cool one where you can kind of play around with
yeah, fuck. I remember. Okay, go back.
Easy freckles that you can apply to skin. Usually after doing all this, what I do is I group all of this together, okay? I'll duplicate the group so I have a copy of it, and then I'll merge that copy.
Okay, so he will. Okay, so copy. Oh shit. Copy, paste, and then merge this per se. Okay, this is merged.
Merge group. There we go. So now we have a copy of the entire skin render all on a single layer. And what this allows me to do is I can now adjust saturation, right? I can adjust the hue if I want to be more pink shifted, more yellow shifted. I can adjust things like the curves, image adjustment curves.
Okay.
This is a really cool one where you can kind of play around with
I think it's the
exposure, maybe a little bit darker, maybe a little bit lighter, depending on what you need for your specific.
So if I remember, this is like the curve bell thing. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have it somewhere in here. Select convert find object layer outside selection of a color balance. I think it's called level correction, or is it tone curve? Wait, what is this? Level correction? What is this? Okay, yeah, I think that's what that is. Okay, so wait, no. I think it's a tonal curve.
Yes, I agree.
So go here, where? Turn. I think it's this. It's like this. And then he did what?
Piece. But to me, I think this looks pretty darker, maybe a little, right? I can adjust the hue if I want to be more pink shifted, more yellow shifted. I can adjust things like the curves, image adjustment curves. This is a really cool one where you can kind of play around with contrast, exposure, maybe a little bit darker, maybe a little bit lighter, depending on what you need for your specific piece. piece. But to me, I think this looks pretty good right now. Maybe we can add a tad more saturation. This is usually what I like to do for my pieces. Just add in a little bit more saturation because I like the way it looks. Next up, let's get onto a slightly darker, more tan skin
Like
tone.
that?
Exact same process here, okay? Look at the hue. I think it's shifted
I
a
guess,
little bit
but
more towards
whatever.
yellows, but still it remains very orange. So not too yellow, definitely not red. So down maybe in the oranges like that, pretty saturated I would say, and that gives us a pretty good skin tone, I think. Maybe a little bit brighter here, a little bit more red here. Again, play around with it as you see fit, maybe a little bit lighter here. So as you can see, I'm going after the light color here because that's the dominant color on the skin. I just want to find a base color that represents the most dominant color that I see. Now the next step to do here is to find the shadow color. In this case, she's standing out in the sun, so the shadow's going to be quite dark. Okay, so we're going to just...
I can't link it to you. This is his Patreon. I'm learning this because I'm his Patreon member, so I'm trying to learn this based on this particular skin tutorial. That's why.
Just hue shift that a little bit more towards the red and get
Trying to
that
understand it.
really solid dark shadow.
But I'm not getting it.
Now we're going to create a new layer, create a clipping mask, just like that, and apply this shadow using, again, a hard edged brush, and as always, erase away the excess. Now I feel like...
Okay, so he put in the shadow. Okay, he puts in the skin, the shadow, the base. Okay, so
this shadow might be a bit too dark.
Okay.
This might be a personal preference, but I prefer a shadow that you can kind of see. So maybe like that. What I've done is I've actually just lifted the value of the shadow a little bit and added in a slightly more saturated kind of look to it. Now at this stage, our goal is to just move across the entire piece and figure out where all the shadows are. So there's a little shadow here in the ear. Using your eraser to cut back into it, create that nice shape. Okay, there's a shadow under the double eyelid here for sure. Again, eraser, cutting back into it, creating that nice shape. There's going to be a shadow here on the other side of the brow ridge, just like that. And there's going to be also a soft shadow on the side of the cheek.
No, you won't be able to get it in his Patreon.
Cheeks. And then a little bit more on the bottom of the lips, a little bit on the edge here, and then at the bottom of the chin. Now again, using your eraser, cut back into the shape. Right, create that nice form, and then just below the nose, you're also going to get some pretty hard...
But he does have other tutorials on YouTube that you can go check out. You can put in Sam Does Art's skin tutorial, but this one's more in depth.
And hard-edged shadows. So in this case, we're going to maintain a lot of these hard edges. We won't have to blend nearly as much as for the previous case. Now if I squint my eyes, I'm also seeing a bit of shadow just under the brow ridge. It is definitely not as dark as the dark tone that I'm using here, but regardless of that, I'm just going to apply it and kind of put a placeholder here. I can lighten this up later on.
This is so the light is coming here, I think, like this.
Again, I'm going to erase back into it. There's a little bit of shadow on the side of the forehead as well. It's not as dark as the color I'm using, but we can always correct that. So next up, what we got to do, let's just take our blending brush, okay, and then we're going to just soften up this edge, soften up this chin. Some edges are soft, some edges are hard, okay, just be very, very aware not to soften all of your edges. And I think there's a bit of a soft edge here as well, a little bit softer on the bottom of the eye. Again, just going to blend all of that out. Definitely going to be a lot softer on the side of the nose here. Taking the eraser, erasing away some of the excess here, just under the eye, just like that. So I think that actually looks pretty good. Now, you guys know the next step, okay? We're going to create a new layer, create a clipping mask, and we are going to apply some local colors. So take your airbrush, okay? Take the original color on the skin. We're going to move it down a little bit towards the red. Move it down a little bit towards more saturated and darker kind of value. And again, just
you didn't really move it.
Brush this more warm
I think that's
color
okay.
onto the
That's part of my problem. Okay. So let me see. So based on what I've seen here, let me turn that off. So based here, I think my problem, why they always leave so super saturated, because I'm doing too much saturation. So if I take the color here, right, and then change the shade, right, make it more red, right, but move it slightly over here and then slightly down, right? And then grab this and then bam. That feels more of a natural light. I think the problem is that that's the issue. So whenever I do the shading, I shouldn't go so far into the saturation. I think it, well, then again, I've seen Rhino Tuna do this, and it's kind of weird because, like, it's weird. Like, okay, so like Rhino Tuna, I know he will go like he'll even he won't even push this. He'll be like 1, 2, like that. Like we even move, and then I think he will do the same thing. He will do like 1 over, and then 1 straight down like this, and that's it. That's Rhino Tuna's. This is my. Ooh, mine looks disgusting. Oh. Yeah, mine looks dead. You see mine? This is mine. This is Sam, and this is Rhino Tuna's. So mine is. What color is this? What color is this? Yeah, look at that. That's a giant jump down. See mine? Mine is too, like, it's too far down. But with Rhino Tuna's, his is much like here. And then with Sam does arts, it's like his is a lot more pastel looking. So like his is like right here. Yeah, my problem is that I saturate or darken too hard. I think I need to be very what's the right word? I need to be extremely subtle with it.
Nose, a little bit more on the cheeks there, and brush that onto the ear as well, just like that. Very, very.
That's where the
similar.
problem's coming in.
Kind of complexion on a lot of people. And then as we get towards the chin, you see the color becomes a little bit cooler, becomes a little bit more greenish, right? So slightly grayer color on the chin,
Bro,
slightly
it
grayer
is.
color on the back of the neck, a little bit more of a grayish color on the forehead as well. And I think it also shifts a little bit more towards the yellows. So again, just paying attention to that, applying some of these hue shifts on the skin, and there we go. All right, that looks pretty good. Now, while we're doing the local colors, I'm also going to just apply some darker reddish color to the lips. Again, just so this area doesn't look too empty. So depending on the style that you're drawing in, you could literally stop your rendering right here. You know, you don't even have to do the luster on the skin if you don't want to, because at this point, I think this works perfectly well as a skin render. And if you're drawing like some kind of concept for a character, this would be more than enough. But you know, of course, this being a tutorial, I want to show you guys the application of details. So let's take the original skin color.
Because it's not about Zendaya. I'm not drawing Zendaya. It's just concepts we're playing. I don't give a fuck about the Zendaya drawing.
Okay, we're gonna move it up towards the yellows. Just again, taking note.
He's just using it as an example. I'm just applying to what I'm doing.
Now, a lot of people online might say stuff like,
it doesn't have to be the
shadows,
same.
you move it to the purples. For highlights, you move it to the yellows. But you know that's based on complete nonsense. It's like you need to understand why you're doing something. Okay, so if the shadows are purple, you want to ask, why is the shadow purple? Is that because the ambient lighting in the environment is purple? And in this case, the highlight is kind of yellowish, right? So we can ask ourselves, why is the highlight yellow? Well, because she's outside and the sun has a golden kind of look to it. So let's move towards the yellows, create a nice bright golden color just like that. Okay, now we're gonna start up a new layer.
Okay.
And keep using my airbrush by accident. Hard edge brush. Okay, there we go. Apply that.
Okay, so he's putting the luster onto the character, onto Zendaya here. So the luster is going to be here. So we need to apply that luster the same thing. So let's go back to what he did. So I think he take the base color like this. And then move this out of the way. He take the base color out of this, and then I think, did he move the wheel?
That highlight just
Hold
like
up.
that.
He used a yellow.
I'm using pressure opacity now because there is some that highlight in color just like that. Okay, now we're gonna start up a new layer.
Okay.
And keep using my airbrush by accident. Hard edge brush. Okay, there we go. apply that highlight and color just like that. Okay, now first up, so if the shadows are purple, you want to ask, why is the shadow purple? Is that because the ambient lighting in the environment is purple? And in this case, the highlight is kind of yellowish, right? So we can ask ourselves, why is the highlight yellow? Well, because she's outside and the sun has a golden kind of look to it. So let's move towards the yellows, create a nice bright golden color just like that. Okay, now we're going to start up a new layer. And
new layer.
Using my airbrush.
Where am I going? I keep missing something. He keeps doing this. Like I keep missing it.
So let's move towards the yellows, create a nice bright golden color just like that.
Okay, so he went to the yellows. I don't think I even need to move this. Put it right here. And then, let me see.
Okay, now we're going to start up a new layer. And using my airbrush by accident. Hard edge brush. Okay, there we go. Apply that highlight. Bring it down just a little bit. Apply that highlight just like that. You can see I'm using pressure opacity now because there is some variation in the highlight that I want to kind of
Alright,
across.
so
And now we can afford to actually have more variation in colors
if I want
because, you know, we're kind of moving towards the detailing stage of the skin.
No, that doesn't even look right.
This highlight color,
is he glazing it?
to the ridge right here.
Hey.
A little bit of highlight
Hey,
on
stop.
the cheeks as well. Now there's also going to be a bit of highlight here just under the nose, a little bit right
You said a
here
little
on
bit,
this
so
section of the mouth. You're going to get some highlights
oh
on the
shit, I
lips,
forgot.
just like that. So if I don't do anything to this skin at this point and just leave it like this, she's going to look quite sweaty. But of course, if you want to kind of mitigate this sweaty effect, use your blending brush and just soften up some of these edges, okay? Especially on the forehead here. Soften that up. Soften up the hard edges on the cheeks.
Mine look too yellow, so we need to.
Edges here.
Then we have to make them more white.
Just gonna cut back, create some of these hard edges, and again, soften some of them up. Okay, soften up the highlight on the nose just a little bit. Okay, and also soften up the edge right here and right here. Now, when you zoom out, wow, look how convincing that skin is. Right? So if you follow the same steps, you should have something very, very similar to this. Now, the next example that I want to show is even darker skin. Now, on very dark skin, you're going to get a lot of reflection. Okay? A lot of the ambient lighting in the environment is going to be cast onto the skin, and it's going to be.
Oh yeah, we did this one yesterday.
Darker surface. So
let's
skin,
change
again,
the color.
okay? What I'm going to try to do this time is, because there's a lot more shadow here, I'm going to try to actually go for the shadow color instead of the light color. So let's go for a darker, more red shifted, more saturated color here for the shadow. Let's see how we do that. I think that's pretty good. Maybe a little bit lighter, a little bit more towards the yellows. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so now I'm just applying that onto the skin like so. Now, starting a new layer, creating clipping mask. What I'm going to do this time is I'm going to look for the color on the light side of the face. Now, with darker skin, things get a little bit more tricky because there's a lot more layers to it. Okay, so remember what we did before here for the highlight on the face? Okay, so you see the highlight right there, there's highlight right there, okay? And same thing on the first example. You can see the small hints of highlight here, 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 and here. It gets a lot trickier on darker skin because those very same highlights become so much more apparent. And
wait, did he make the skin darker first? Yeah, he did. He actually did. He made it darker for the shadows. So I need to saturate this. And then make it darker at the same time. And just a bit more. And I think he's gonna do the I want to kind of match what he has here. No, that's too dark. Too bright. Too intense. Darker. Yeah, relatively close-ish. Relatively. Well, that's good enough.
Becomes purple and blue, right? It's very unintuitive, but this entire section becomes the color of the ambient lighting in the environment. And in this case, I can tell he's standing outside. So you're getting a lot of that blue cast. But not only that, if you take a look at the background, for example, it's bright, it's white, okay? That's casted onto the skin as well. So you're getting a very desaturated grayish color on the side here. Now, this level of reflection is not something that you would see on lighter skin because on light skin, the colors kind of get absorbed into it. They kind of get masked by the brightness of the skin. So the reflections are just not as apparent. And you know, you just don't see as much blue on an example like this, even though they have a very similar level of luster on the surface of the skin. So just something to pay attention to. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this color, okay? I'm going to try to find a lighter color. I'm going to try to, for the first step, ignore the purples and the blues because that's our highlight. So the color that I'm kind of looking for is maybe this kind of color right here. And you see it in some of the lighter sections. It's a bit of a lighter brown. It's definitely much lighter than the brown that you see on this side of the face. Now I'm going to take our original color, okay, move it a little bit higher and maybe a little bit more towards the yellow. It's going to be a lighter brown color. Let's see if I can apply that here. Maybe even more, maybe something like that, okay? And based on where the lighting is coming from, I'm going to just apply it to this side of the face. I'm going to see a lot of it here, a lot of it on this side, a lot of it on this side of the chin, some on the neck here, and a lot on the front of the chest, like that.
Okay, anyway.
Something maybe like this. Of course, let's take our original dark shadow color, okay, and we're gonna just bring that back into the area just under the eye socket, like so. A little bit of darkness here on the eyelid. A little bit.
Oh wait, fuck! I was not paying attention. Hold on.
You're also gonna get maybe even more, maybe something like that, okay? Something that you would see on lighter skin because on light skin, the colors kind of get absorbed into it. They kind of get masked by the brightness of the skin.
Okay.
So the reflections are just not as apparent. And you know, you just don't see as much blue on an example like this, even though they have a very similar level of luster on the surface of the skin. So just something to pay attention to. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this color, okay? I'm going to try to find a lighter color. I'm going to try to, for the first step, ignore the purples and the blues because that's our highlight. So the color that I'm kind of looking for is maybe this kind of color right here. And you see it in some of the lighter sections. It's a bit of a lighter brown. It's definitely much lighter than the brown that you see on this side of the face. Now I'm going to take our original color, okay, move it a little bit higher and maybe a little bit more towards the yellow. It's going to be a lighter brown color. Let's see if I can apply that here. Maybe even more, maybe something like that, okay? And based on where the lighting is coming from, I'm going to just apply it to this side of the face. I'm going to see a lot of it here, a lot of it on this side, a lot of it on this side of the chin, some on the neck here, and a lot on the front of the chest, like that. Okay, something maybe like this. Of course, let's take our original dark shadow color, okay, and we're gonna just bring that back into the area just under the eye socket, like so. A little bit of darkness here on the eyelid, a little bit under the eyelid. You're also going to get a bit of shadow on the ear as well, just due to the ambient occlusion of the hair. Okay, just like that.
Oh, he's not using a fucking fuck.
Colors, okay, so this is just what I use as a base because we're still going to be applying all the purples and the blues. But when you have this kind of variation in the base color, it makes the application of the blues a lot easier. Okay, so what we're going to do is take our blending smudging tool, soften up some of these edges, okay, because I really don't see too many hard edges here either. Soften that up, soften up the edge on the nose, soften up the chin, soften up the neck, and soften up the ambient occlusion right there. Now I think we can make this even lighter, so I'm just going to bring the lightness up a little bit in terms of the saturation. Again, erasing away some of these artifacts, blending out some of these areas, just like so.
Son of a bitch.
Blending out the forehead, just like that. Now I'm going to take a bluish color. Okay, it's going to be relatively bright, relatively saturated, something like that. Starting a new layer, making a clipping mask, we're going to take that same round brush, apply pressure opacity on it. So now when you draw, you kind of glaze it over, right?
On the light area? Okay. Oh fuck. I'm on the wrong thing. Shit. Is it glaze it? So I'm gonna use like the Millie brush like this. I think it should be brighter than that, yeah. It shouldn't be that dark. Oop, it shouldn't be that dark. It should be like right over it. Okay, over here, over here. Oh, wait, a little bit more blue. Let's put it there. Okay, good. And then glaze it here and here. Oh, not even there. Just glaze it. And then I think he will like hit this, like sample it, and then we'll apply it.
I'm going to apply it to the skin. Now, when you add blue to a warm, a reddish, orangish color, it's going to give you a more magenta kind of color. And that is exactly the color that we're trying to go for. So again, blue, very, very lightly glaze it over the areas where you see that blue highlight.
Okay.
And again, always ask yourself, why is that blue there? Well, the reason here, in this case, is because of the ambient lighting in the environment. So again, glazing some of that over the nose ridge, a little bit over the tip of the nose, just like that. Now you also have some kind of blue shift on the skin in general here, so you can actually kind of just glaze it over most of the cheeks here. Okay, a little bit of that blue highlight just under the eye in that crease, a little bit of that blue highlight here on the cheeks and under the nose, just like that. Okay, the next thing you're going to do is move down and add in some more of this highlight. So I think the entire light side is kind of cast in a bluish hue. The trickier part of drawing darker skin is you really have to pay attention to how it's reflecting ambient light in its environment. So there you go. Okay, next thing we're going to do is try to blend some of these areas out. Let's just blend out this area along the cheeks here because it's very, very soft. Erase away a bit of the excess, okay, and creating some of these hard edges in our render, making that highlight a little bit more apparent, just like that. Now there's also a little bit of this blue being applied to the lips as well. So you can see some of that ambient lighting on the lips, just like so. A little bit of that blue on the chin that I missed. Again, blend some of these areas out. All right, so take a step back now. At this stage, I feel like that looks pretty good. Now we can add another layer of dark. Okay, so we're going to take the shadow color and we're going to move it down even further into the darker values, maybe a little bit more red shifted. And then in the areas where you see even more shadow, we're going to try to apply this new color. Okay, so now you've gotten even lighter in the highlights, and now we're going even darker in the darks. Okay, just like that. Get a dark color in the nostril right there, in the shadow area of the nose, just like that. Maybe a little bit more darkness here on the side,
what the hell?
Under the
Why is
brow ridge. You're also getting some
Son of a
dark
bitch.
shadow
Okay.
on the other side of the face, some shadow on this side of the lips as well as some shadows just underneath the jawline. Now, again, soften these areas up as needed. You're going to see that I use a lot of blending, but at the same time, I'm very careful not to over blend. So once you got the dark, you've got the light, let's apply a little bit more of the local colors on the skin. So on darker skinned people, you're going to see a different type of variation in terms of their skin tone. Now on the forehead, you can see it's pretty much the shadow value that we put down, but you're getting a lot of lighter pigmentation here on the brow ridge, on the eyes, as well as on the tip of the nose. Okay, so some of these areas are actually a little bit lighter, a little bit warmer. So on the nose here, we can take this light color, we can add a bit more saturation to it, make it a little bit more orange, and using our airbrush, okay, we're going to just add in a slightly more saturated version of that color. Okay, you see a little bit of that under the nose as well. Now here on the brow ridge, you're also getting a hint of a lighter kind of pigmentation on the eyebrows, just like that. And just moving back to the tip of the nose, we're probably going to get an even brighter color here that continues over to the side like so. And it actually moves up towards the nose ridge just a little bit. Okay, so you can see that, before and after, there's a little bit of a different pigmentation, different level of saturation here. Now there's also going to be a very subtle kind of warmer reddish color on the cheek here. If you just take a look at the reference, you can kind of spot that there. A little bit of a warmer color on the tip of the nose, a little bit of a warmer color right here and on the other side of the cheek as well. So there's some local pigmentation, some local colors there. Again, very subtle. The process of painting darker skin is really quite different from actually drawing light skin. This might also be a reason why, a lot of beginners tend to struggle with, drawing characters of darker skin colors. So let's now apply the even darker details. Again, final details here using the darkest of the dark colors that we have. just picking out some of the details in the nostrils, maybe the corners of the eyes, like so. You know, you can also get the dark color in the corners of the mouth. I'm going to add in a very slight pinkish tone to the lips, the bottom lip as well, just like that, just so there's a bit of variation here. And then we're going to bring that very dark tone just down on the neck here where there's a bit of ambient occlusion. Again, brushing that out just like that. Bring that dark tone over to the ears, you know, areas where there's really not much light at all. Bring it over to the other ear just like that. Yeah, I'm doing this very simplified, very fast, but you get the idea, right? So here, ambient occlusion on the hair, like so. A bit more ambient occlusion on this side, just like that. Now, using your blending brush, just soften some of these edges up as well. And some dark edges, last but not least, on the folds in the eyelids, just like that. You're also going to get some dark color just above the lip and just under the lip. Now, soften that up, soften that up. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Last but not least, okay, for the final touches on darker skin, you can bring the highlight up just another notch. So on these lighter sections, you can add an even brighter kind of hint of color, just like so. Now coming over to this highlight here, adding in an even brighter layer of color, just like that. Coming over to the tip of the nose, again, adding in an even brighter layer of color. You're almost just, you know, layering like you would in a oil painting, for example, right? So adding another layer and another layer for the bottom lip. A little bit of light
Wait,
right
what?
there as
Wait,
well.
what?
And
Wait, whoa, whoa, what the fuck? What?
here. To the tip of the ear, just like that. Yeah, I'm doing this very simplified, very fast, but you get the idea, right? So here, ambient occlusion on the hair, like so. A bit more ambient occlusion on this side, just like that. Now using your blending brush, just soften some of these edges up as well. And some dark edges, last but not least, on the folds in the eyelids, just like that. You're also going to get some dark color just above the lip and just under the lip. Now, soften that up, soften that up. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Last but not least, okay, for the final touches on darker skin, you can bring the highlight up just another notch. So on these lighter sections, you can add an even brighter kind of hint of color, just like so. Now coming over to this highlight here, adding in an even brighter layer of color, just like that. Coming over to the tip of the nose, again, adding in an even brighter layer of color. You're almost just, you know, layering like you would in a oil painting, for example, right? So adding another layer and another layer for the bottom lip.
Oh shit, did I put on the same?
A bit of light
Fuck
right there
me.
as well, and another layer right here. Soften this up, soften that up, soften this up, and soften up the forehead. Now you're not off the hook just yet. Believe it or not, there's actually a little bit more to do. So notice how there's other types of reflections on the skin here, like this and this. That's also something that you want to include, okay? So adding in a gray color here on the side, just brushing that in, right? It kind of follows the form of the face. And you're getting a little bit more on the bottom of the jaw. So soften that up in the areas where it's soft, erasing away some of these edges to create a hard edge, just like that, okay? Now you're also going to get a little bit of that same look on the neck. Soften that up, and moving over to the other side, there's an even brighter kind of reflection here on this side of the face, just like that. Again, comes up, follows the form of the face. Soften this up, soften that up. Now all of a sudden looks quite convincing, right? Again, bring some of this highlight.
Oh fuck, I forgot to do that.
Now, this is one thing that I've always.
So you, So wait, we grab the shadow. We grab the shadow, then we put in blue. We glazed it over like this. Oh, I forgot to do this part. And then we mix it, sample it. Then we take a soft version. Oops. And then we turn
Yes,
it
I
down
agree.
like that.
Notice when it comes to drawing darker skin is that you're much more focused on the reflections as opposed to the actual local colors of the skin.
Okay.
On light skin, even if you don't get the reflections right, if you just get the local colors down, it can be very, very convincing. But on darker skin, it's much, much more important for you to actually
Get the
reflections
reflections.
down
Okay.
than to get the local colors right. So naturally, it is a little bit of a different work process, but nonetheless, it's still very fun and very satisfying to do once you get it right. So there you go. There's a pretty nice looking portrait of a darker skinned gentleman. Now, last but not least, I also want to talk about form on skin. There's so much
Okay.
but
Sadly, I'll have to stop from here. I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it very much. So, I don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow, to be honest. Don't count on it too much. But if I am, then I am. If I'm not, then I'm not. So with that said, have a great night. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it for all the follows and likes and all that stuff, and some of the encouraging words and non-encouraging words and all that great stuff. It happens. So with that said, I'm gonna let you guys go. If you like what you see, please follow all that great stuff. Also, we are also sponsored by HelloFresh, so if you want to get that now, you can. My QR code is gonna be my QR code will have my code embedded in it, so you get the discount if you decide to buy from them and all that great stuff. There you go. You can get your purchase right now. It helps the stream, brings in money into the stream, so I can do more of these lessons on my own and then apply it to you guys. I'll be going back soon. I think starting next week, I will not be streaming. I think I'll be basically going back making tutorials again. Per se on anatomy and all that other great stuff till I master this skin thing. But anyway, if you guys enjoyed this, please, I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. We tried our best to make this work. I think I learned a few things, but I still am wet behind the ears. So, the best way is to improve is to admit that you have a problem. So, So that said, have a great night, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. Bye-bye. Beep.